The book of Brian Tracy from the country United States. The book was written in English and the subject is time management, productivity, and also self-help. The genre is a non-fiction book and self-help book, constituted of 21 chapters with 102 pages. We all have this experience of having so many tasks and responsibilities on our plates. From the moment we wake up, we are bombarded with things we need to do, and it can really feel overwhelming. We constantly try to juggle multiple tasks, squeezing so much into our day, and it feels like there isn't enough time to get everything done. But here's the thing about time. Brian Tracy points out two important truths about time. First, time is limited. We only have so many hours in a day. Second, no matter how we try to beat time, we can never beat time. So instead of stressing about trying to do all things, what if we focus on what really matters? To be truly productive, we need to focus on selecting our most important tasks and tackling it head on. This is where Brian Tracy introduces the concept of the frog. Brian Tracy uses the metaphor frog to describe our important tasks. That one that feels daunting, difficult, and easy to procrastinate on is the task that seems the hardest to complete but has the biggest impact on our life. This metaphor was inspired by Mark Twain saying that says, if the first thing you do every morning is to eat a live frog, you have the satisfaction of knowing that it's probably the worst thing that can ever happen to you that day. That is, if you start your day by tackling your most challenging task, the frog, you have set yourself for a more productive and successful day. But Chelsea also advises that if you have to eat two frogs, eat the ugliest ones first. That is, this means if you have two important tasks before you, start with the hardest, biggest, and most important one. And here's the final observation from Tracy. If you have to eat a live frog, it doesn't pay to sit and look at it for a very long time. In other words, discipline yourself to start on the important task right away. Persist until it's completed before moving on to something else. This is the secret to reaching high levels of performance and productivity. Developing lifelong habit of eating your frog, which means tackling your major tasks first in each morning. So let's move further. How do we eat this frog? Get your plate ready because we're ready to serve up some tips.
Before diving deeper into how we can start tackling our most important tasks, my team and I were curious about how we as Daytopians are currently managing our time. So we conducted a quick survey to get a sense of where we all stand when it comes to planning our days and handling our tasks. And this is what we found out. Only 84.2% Daytopians plan ahead of time. Only 68.4% Daytopians make a to-do list for their daily tasks. And only 15.8% complete all the tasks they plan to do in a day, which is actually very low. Based on these findings, it is clear that many of us are struggling with similar challenges when it comes to managing our tasks and tackling important tasks. But recognizing this habit is the first step towards change. Now that we know where we stand, let's dive back into the tips and strategies that can help us overcome these obstacles and make the most of our time. Brian Tracy emphasized 21 great ways to stop procrastination and get more things done in less time. We have classified the tips into four broad ways, which are prioritization and planning, execution and efficiency, self-improvement and skill development, distraction management and focus. These four broad tips capture all the 21 ways mentioned by Brian Tracy. Let's get right into it. To start with, the first classification, which is prioritization and planning. This focuses on identifying, organizing, and planning your most important tasks. We are expected to eat our biggest frog by breaking it down into specific step-by-step activities and start on the first one. Your mind, your ability to think, plan, and decide is your most important tool for overcoming procrastination and increasing your productivity. Always work from a list, update the list when something new comes up before doing it. And the good news is that for every minute spent in planning, save as many as 10 minutes in execution. It only takes about 10 minutes for you to plan out your day, but this saves at least 2 hours in wasted time. And you may have heard of the 6B formula, which says proper prior planning prevents poor performance. This classification also talks about applying the 80 to 20 rule to everything we do, and also using the ABCD method continually. Now, let's build on how we can use the ABCD method continually in our day. This method entails having a list of everything you have for the coming day. Think on a paper and place them on an ABCD method. A is do first. It is a task that is very important and urgent. And you can have more than one A task, which is why it can be prioritized into A1, A2, and so on. B is do later. It is a task that you should do, but have just low consequences. Why C is optional? C is an item that would be nice to do, but there are no consequences. D is an item that should be delegated, so you can have enough time to do your A task, your B task, and your C task. A is eliminate, which is a task that is not urgent and not important. Now, let's take a look at a scenario of a student like me. Adipukola Salami is a final year economics student who is also a financial secretary at the Student Finance Club, University of Ibadan. She is motivated to finish her undergraduate degree with a first class. For a student like me, my A item entails my academics. Breaking it down into subsection, my A task is studying for a next day task. My A2 is research on an academic work. My B item is studying for a text that is a month away. My C item will be having lunch with my classmates. My D item is as an executive, delegating my tasks to other executive, as this task can be done by any executive. And my E item will be attending any parties. We are expected to prioritize our task according to this method and begin to work with it. Moving on to the second classification, which is execution and efficiency. How can you eat a frog? You can eat a frog by taking one bite at a time. This classification entails developing strategies to effectively execute and complete your task. Under this classification, we have the slice and dice the task, which is breaking down your task into sizes. And a technique used in the book is the salami slice, which is cutting down your task into sizes. Another tip is single and do every task. That is, as you begin working on a task, ensure that you keep on working without distraction. As a student who needs to read, you need to ensure that you have a comfortable environment, have all your necessary materials, and prevent every distraction. According to page 64 of the book, you can accomplish your tasks by disciplining yourself, by taking it at one step at a time. Now, let's move on to the third classification.
Self self improvement and skill Self-improvement and skill development are the art of personal and professional success. In the book, emphasis was on the importance of constantly upgrading our activities, doing our homework, leveraging our strength to stay competitive, and achieving our goal. Upgrading our key skills. In any field, continuous learning is essential. The world is always evolving, and to stay relevant, we need to keep up with the latest trend, tools, and techniques. This could mean taking courses, attending workshops, self-educating, or even amazing programs like Daytopia Mentoring Network. The more we learn, the more we can contribute, and the more valuable we become. We have leveraging our special skill, also maximizing our personal power. Finally, we have identifying our key constraints. Bernard Tracy widely notes that the better you become at eating a particular type of frog, the more likely you are to just unplug and get it seen. The last tip is distraction manage and focus. Man, I will start by talking about a quote from Thomas Edison. The first key to success is to focus on your physical and mental energies on one problem and keep working on it without getting tired. Managing distraction and maintaining focus are crucial for productivity, and Brina Tracy provide valuable insights on this in Eat the Frog. I'll share my experience on how I manage distraction and maintain focus. While preparing for the book review, I was distracted with watching movies. And for me, to manage the distraction, I had to set time boundaries on when I can watch movies so I can stay focused in preparing for the competition. So we'll now talk about the efficiency curve. Brennan Tracy efficiency curve illustrates how focused work impacts productivity. We can see from the curve that moving down showing the rate at which when we focus on a particular task, we reduce time and increase our productivity. Now, having talked about the four tips, let us talk about the strengths and weaknesses of the book.
In the preface of this book, on the sixth page, Tracy wrote, the ability to concentrate single-mindedly on your most important task, to do it well, and to finish it completely is the key to great success, achievement, respect, status, and happiness in life. These statements reminded me of my preparation for the HSC examination. On the examination, got through the second barrel of Death Award. After finishing this book, I dare to say that Eat That Frog is the best book I have ever read. And the reason for this bold statement of mine will be made known to you all in the strength that this book holds. So let's go through the strength of this ever best book. Number one, proven strategies. The book offers techniques and rules based on widely accepted productivity principles, such as think on paper rule, where clear goals and plans are to be written out as a guide to success. The 10 to 90 rule, which says the first 10% of your time should be used on planning will save you 90% of the time spent on 90% of your time to spend on trials and error. There is another rule called the 80 to 20 rule, which says 20% of your time will account for 80% of your results. The ABCDE method is another technique that has been proven for personal development. Number two, focus on prioritization. The book greatly emphasizes the importance of tackling the most challenging and important tasks first, and termed it as eating the biggest and ugliest frog first. To be able to prioritize eating your biggest and ugliest frog, one has to practice creative procrastination. This is when you choose to procrastinate, outsource, delegate, or eliminate activity that does not make much of a contribution to your life in any way. As as you set priorities, you set posteriorities also. Posteriorities can be procrastinated or done and left ugly frog, while you eat bigger and uglier frog before anything else. Three, time efficiency. The book is concise, meaning it can be read quickly without being overwhelming, and the techniques can be applied straight away. For example, I read Eat That Frog in less than 24 hours. On an average, a chapter is 4 pages, which means a chapter can be read in less than 20 minutes. What a great way to save the reader's time. Also, the techniques taught in the book, when applied, help to do so much in less time. Other strengths are actionable advice and simple, and it's actually I hereby say there is nothing with strength without at least a weakness. The SWOT analysis. The following are the passive weaknesses of the book. Eat That Frog by Brian Tracy. Number one, inflexibility. This assumes a one-fit-all approach. It assumes that everyone can benefit from the same strategy, which may not be the case for individuals with different working styles. For example, some people prefer to start their work from two overly familiar concepts. The concepts, strategies, techniques, and rules stated in Eat That Frog are not novel. They are not new, as they've been established before the publication of the book. And some readers may find them familiar, especially those who mostly read productivity books. Compared to Atomic Habits, who introduced a more scientific approach to habits, thus giving a fresher feeling to the readers. Each That Frog may give an unoriginal feeling to experienced readers due to its overly familiar content. And the others are lack of focus on work-life balance, repetitiveness, and lack of them. Though if that frog possesses all these passive weakness, it still remains my best book.
In conclusion, according to Brian Tracy, the key to happiness, satisfaction, great success, and a wonderful feeling of personal power is for you to develop the habit of eating your frog first thing every day when you start work. Our key take home is, as long as we plan, we can achieve and become it. As long as we follow this way, more can be done. So what Daytopians, ensure that all these key takeaways are in your left hand and not your right hand, so you won't eat with it and forget all we've said. So what Daytopians, there is more to you, there is more you can achieve. As this aligns with the aim of Daytopian, as Daytopia is empowering us with crucial life skill sets that will set us apart. We look forward to see Daytopians read this book and apply all of these tips, as this is the best book ever. Go back to all those undone tasks and see how you can achieve them all as long as you eat the frog. This is the key to success. This is the key to success. The key to success is that you eat that frog. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. Wow. To be honest, all I can say is wow. And I'll be honest with you guys. I feel like you guys you ticked all the boxes when it comes to what we want, you delivered on the assignment. And I would be honest, even though Eniola had some network issues, she was loud and clear. The message was loud and clear. Even with her network issues, I could get what she was saying. It was very realistic. You guys didn't just put data. included life experiences as well that I could relate with. I also get distracted as well. Mine is not with movies though. Mine is with sleep. I just like to sleep. Like I love my sleep, so I get distracted with it as well. But you guys, while you guys were talking, I could relate with it, and yeah, it's not something that we all struggle with. It's just so realistic to me. Well done. Good job. Good job. I like all you done. If you wanted to say something.
Oh, yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Ejimake. First of all, I think you've said it already. It's like I was watching the slides, and there's no better way to. Sorry. So I was looking at the slides. I'm like, there's nothing I can even add to these slides to make it even
I
better.
know.
It's kind of like perfect. Slides on point, structure. This is kind of like the benchmark to say, okay, this is what you guys are supposed to do.
I'm telling you. I'm
So
telling you.
well done. I love that you put some page numbers in the slides, but I think when you were going through some of the slides, you said the page numbers, but you didn't put some of them. But you added some to some slides, so I could say that as well. I love the poll. I love the fact that you went out of your way to take a poll in Daytopia to see actually what is happening. A little bit of study. And I love the fact that you also highlighted the strengths and weaknesses of the book. And the one that I love the most is the fact that you also put a real life experience, how we can actually use what is being said in the book. So,
yes.
I mean, yeah, well done, guys. Well done. The only thing that I wanted to just add to it is that I wish you guys added a bit of statistical data in the sense that probably saying, okay, as this work somewhere else, the research says that 82% of people do this, or a research conducted in a university or something like that, this thing. Yes, you conducted your own research, but sometimes it's good to triangulate and see, okay, what other researchers have said, and link it to what the book has said to say, okay, has this been practically possible in other areas? But aside that, I mean, man, you guys, well done.
Well done, guys. Can I also say this? Salami, again, I don't know. Just pay attention again to your pronunciation. So it's success, and yeah, just to call that out. That just pay attention to. Again, like I said, it might just be someone like me that struggles with the use of using S and X together. So just have that at the back of your mind. Aside that, this is like a benchmark. Let's see who can challenge Team Trailblazers and like put their perfectly done presentation to shit. Well done, guys. Team Crystal, are you guys ready?
Yes, we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Moyo. Okay. Once you start your timer.
Okay, ma'am. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you ever seen a book with an old title? And you are like, this book will be a lot. What if you told me a leader is not just someone that has a title in his name? I am your Crystal. We'll be taking you through a book review today. I have with me Jubil Adesina, Abisobu Olatunde, and John Kekode. We'll be taking you through having the mindset of leadership as a key to success. The focus of the book, The Leader Who Had No Title by Robin Sharma. Jubil, can you please explain what a leader is?
Thank you, Moyo. A leader. According to vocabulary.com, a leader is someone who is in charge and convince other people to take action. From the definition, we can ally two concepts: in charge and convince. In charge means someone who has been saddled with responsibility overseeing an activity. Convince means someone who has the ability to influence other people's action. This might be through his charisma, his own ability, and also through coerce, as situation may be. That's the leader. What about you, Kolade? What's your own opinion of a leader?
Thank you very much.
Jibril.
Yes, I agree with you as to your conceptualization of who a leader is. However, upon reading the book, The Leader Who Had No Title by Robin Sharma, I was able to understand much more deeper what leadership really is. Now, the book introduces us to a fictional character named Blake. Blake had a good regular life. He attended high school, was quite famous with the girls, and he played sport too. The book also tells us that he had really great parents who gave their best to ensure that he had all he needed, both materially and in terms of character development. However, things turned sour for him when both his parents were killed. His world came crashing down and he started the search for hope and meaning to life. He even joins the army and is deployed to Iran to serve, but he returns afterwards with gruesome traumatic experiences. In the midst of all of this downtime, he meets an old man named Tommy. Tommy introduces himself to Blake as Blake's father's friend. Tommy becomes Blake's mentor and he introduces him to the LWT concept, a concept which stands for Lead Without a Title. This concept will go on to permeate the whole book, hence the book title, The Leader Who Had No Title. Deep, right? Yes, it is. Tommy introduces Blake to 4 other mentors who all go on in turn to expatiate on the LWT concept. The first mentor he meets is Anna, an exotic and sophisticated housekeeper. He meets the second mentor, Tai, a former pro skier. The third mentor is Jackson, a former tech CEO, while the fourth is Jet, a massage therapist. All these 4 mentors help to expatiate on the leading without a title philosophy. So that's about it, about the book, The Leader Who Had No Title by Robin Sharma. So yes, I agree with you about your conceptualization. Moyo.
Oh, thank you very much, John. The Leader Who Had No Title. Such an amazing book. Jubril, what are your thoughts regarding this book?
Thank you, Moyo. My thoughts regarding the book, I was able to personalize one thing out for me, my own experience, which is personal leadership. And I'll use the acronym and I used for Blake, which is IMAGE. The I there stands for innovation. This is telling us that we have to innovate, do the things we are doing in a better way. As we have also seen, I imagine all with Daytopian, during the course of presentation, how many times have we cancelled our slide to make it more better? How many times have we convened again to strategize on how to present better? That's what it is about. That's personal leadership. The second is mastery. Daytopians, how many hours have we put into mastering these presentation skills? For me, I've given over 20 hours to master these skills. Now imagine for people who are top presenters, most of us today, we look at Brigade, wow, such a good tech enthusiast. What if I tell you, Brigade have put over 10,000 hours to master his skills? This is an act of leadership to lead himself on his own side. The third is the A in the image, which is authenticity. This is telling us that you have to be authentic about yourself. You have to embrace the whole of you. Don't pretend, don't shy away. Don't shrink yourself so that other people can shy. Be authentic about yourself. That way you are showing leadership. The third is the G there is God. You must have the God, the instinct to stand up for your own values. The God to question the process and how things are done in order to make them better. In every organization, there are culture. We all know. But your God, when your God says question this, you must be able to question them. That's leadership. And you don't need any formal authority or any title to do that. The last of it is ethics, which is morality.
what are the values we stand for? These values, we must hold them to them and never trade them for anything. As we all know here, today, we can all see the meanings of our society is actually money. Most of you, like me and most of the Ethiopians here, we have traded our values for money. But this is showing that for you to become a true leader, you must hold on to your values, that ethics that you have surrounded yourself with, because they will lead people to you, and you'll be known for it, for values. How many of us here have known people because of their value? That's their own personal branding. The values. Most business today base their business strategy on the values they are giving, which is what is their ideology. That is my own ideology from the book, which is personal leadership. Thank you, Moyo.
Amazing thoughts on the book, Juju. What do you think, John?
Yes, Moyo, thank you very much. I very much agree with Jubril about his conceptualization of personal leadership. From my own perspective, I'd just like to add that to be a great leader, one must first become a great person. This is another aspect of personal leadership. It goes without saying that a great leader is one who, first of all, is a great person himself. Now, we don't just need formal authority to lead anymore, like this book emphasized. We only need a desire to be involved and the commitment to making a positive difference. Like Mother Teresa once said, if everyone would sweep their own doorstep, the whole world will be clean. Personal leadership and self-mastery is very key in leading without necessarily having a title to our name. With some dedicated work on our interior life, we can drive some extraordinary breakthroughs within our exterior life. I want each and every one of us here today to make a commitment to go through life first class, to lead ourselves first, to begin within in a culture that only celebrates externals. We are not to bury our best underneath layers of insecurity, doubt, or fear. We were born awesome, and we should own that truth. We need to be very positive, faith-filled, and real. We need to keep our confessions positive as well. So, Moyo, yes, I agree with Jubril's personal leadership concept, and I've seen some of the insights that I got from the book as well on being a great leader and first becoming a great person. Thank you.
Thank you, Jubril. Thank you, John. You guys have shared great insights. But what about when challenges come our way? Do we slack in giving our best or being responsible? In my opinion, the answer is no. For every individual's journey, difficult periods reveal what you are made of and what kind of leader you are. How many of us have watched the movie, The Pursuit of Happiness? You can simply raise your hands using the virtual hand raising icon. In the movie, we see a family man, Chris, played by Will Smith, face financial difficulties, which led his wife leaving him and having to take care of his son alone. In the midst of that, he lands an unpaid internship that could get him a stable job after 6 months. In that phase, Chris goes through a lot of hardship personally and professionally, but then he built determination and best of all, he built confidence in the job from having no single experience in that sector. I mean, the lesson here is a no-brainer. You have the potential. You're not just conscious about it. This is why challenging times are a blessing. The book outlines you need to adapt. These were the words of Tai, Blake's second teacher. It is true. Any organization that adopts the lead without a title philosophy will find that these challenges are a blessing. Let me give you some nostalgia. Do you remember the characteristics of living things? Our beloved acronym, Mr. Ninja Card. Can you guys help me? What does A stand for? A stands for adaptation. We can type it out in the chat box too. A stands for adaptation. What does this mean? Changes in life are inevitable, and the only solution is to discover new techniques to deal with those changes. This is where you elevate your skills and show your hidden talent. In the words of Friedrich Nietzsche, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And for we as Nigerians to understand, waiting no kill you, go give you muscle. Thank you. That's my perspective about the book.
I've learned a lot from you guys today. You guys are very amazing. However, one of the most powerful aspects of leadership is often overlooked: the depth of our relationship. The deeper your relationship, the stronger your leadership. Building strong relationship is like nurturing a garden. It requires effort, patience, and consistent care, just as the best gardener says. As you sow, so shall you reap. When you genuinely help others, they will, in turn, go out of their way to help you. But remember, before someone lends you a hand, you must first touch their hearts. Let me share a real life example of a Harvard interview with Howard Schultz, a former CEO of Stanbook I watched on YouTube a few months ago. Former CEO of Stanbook built the company on the principle of prioritizing people. He believed that if he treated his employee with respect, offering them benefits like healthcare and stock options, they would, in turn, create a welcoming environment for the customers. This philosophy paid off as Starbucks became not just a place to grab coffee, but a community hub. The company's success is a testament to the power of nurturing deep, meaningful relationships. This principle isn't just about being nice, it's about giving what most wish to receive. If you seek loyalty, show loyalty first. If you desire support, be the first to offer it, as Robin Sharma put in this book. Unblessed is the greatest. Just legend Winton Marsalis said, only the humble improve. This humility is what builds strong teams and resilient leader. Let me take you to keynote of Jackson human philosophy in this book. The first age in human means helpfulness. Always be ready to lend a hand. Why the you it means understanding, truly listen and emphasize with others. And M in human, mingle, try, engage, and connect with people openly. M in human, amuse, bring joy and positive to those around you. While last, in N, nurture, support, and encourage growth of others consistently. To truly succeed in business and life, you must become a hub of positive energy, radiating excellence and kindness. Make this your mission, and your influence will naturally expand. If you live here today, remember, nothing special ever gets done alone. The more significant your goal, the more people you will need to help you achieve it. Prioritize your relationship, touch hearts, and let your leadership flourish.
Thank you very much, Abdusabu. Thank you so much for those profound words. Now, from the book, Blake made a promise to spread the lead without a title philosophy to Tommy, his mentor. Now, from the book, we realize that Tommy actually passed on. He died, quite emotionally so. So, before he died, Blake made a promise to him to help spread the lead without a title philosophy. And we are happy that we have helped to make that promise come true by telling you about it, esteemed Daytopians and judges. Now, we would like to point out before we leave that our presentation today is not in any way to cast aspersions on positional leadership, as positions and titles are actually needed for order and sanity in any organization or society. We are only saying that titles or position, as emphasized in this book, should not be the only catalyst to make us drive positive change anywhere we find ourselves. We are saying that even if we do not have those titles to our name, like chairman, class captain, course rep, and so on, we should be able to find an inner drive inside of us to first of all lead ourselves and then even take on leadership roles without having a title to our name. So we are saying, and we understand that societal and institutional issues can come up, like corruption, economic instability, and so on. We are emphasizing, however, that we should be sure that we are giving our best at every juncture that we find ourselves. Now, in conclusion, we must also understand that there is no shortcut on this journey to success and leadership. Nothing good in life comes easy. Life will always come with challenges. Dr. Dejumoke, how many years, man, did it take you to get your doctorate degree? Dr. Jumoke, are you on the call, ma?
Yes, I am. 5 years. Approximately 5
Imagine.
years, yeah.
It took 5 years of resilience, 5 years of diligence and of hard work to get that doctorate degree. So this further corroborates the fact that there is actually no shortcut to success, whether it is positional leadership or leading without having a title necessarily on our names. Nothing good comes easy. It doesn't come on a platter of gold. Now, we have had a beautiful conversation thus far, and I believe you, our audience, have been able to pick up lessons and insights from the book, just like we did, and had so much fun while engaging the book. However, it doesn't end here. All of these that we've heard are not enough. We need to take actionable steps to learn and set goals to make the world a better place. We need to actually act on these things. And we, Team Crystal, are rooting for you as you endeavor to make sure that in every sphere you find yourself, whether positionally or without even having a title, you're able to take the bold step and lead. Thank you very much for listening. This is Team Crystal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation and I love the conclusion more. I feel like Kolade did justice to the conclusion. Very nice. The conclusion kind of like tied everything together and it brought everything else into perspective. So it was quite a very good one. I like the fact that you brought in your own perspective into the conclusion as well, which is really good. So well done, guys. To all the team, you guys did a good job. Like, well done. I could see in your presentation that you guys, you know the book, you read the book. The only thing I'm going to say, the only comment I'm going to pass is that at some point, I feel like the energy, the presentation energy dropped a bit. Yep. So at some point, I could see that the presentation energy dropped a bit. So you guys might want to manage that in such a way that you maintain that audience engagement and that strong presentation right from the beginning to the end. Lukman, you have your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the great job that the team did. When I listened to the first presentation, I remembered I was like, you know, how better can this get?
Exactly.
But listening to this presentation now gives me like a different spice, a different perspective. And I like the way the structure of the presentation went. I like the atmosphere of the presentation itself. I might have a slightly contrary opinion, Dr. Jumoke, regarding how whether their, should I say, drive dropped in the course of the presentation. I felt like it was intentional to create that atmosphere because it was very relaxing. It was more like an engaging talk between a group of people, more like a book review. So personally, I feel there was nothing wrong. I feel like the atmosphere was, you know, sort of cool and calm, and the presentation was great, in my opinion. The slides, I believe that for the slides, more work can be done to improve on the slides, but yeah.
No, right. Like I said, you're very right. I liked the fact that the ambience that they created kind of like suited well with the book. The only thing I had, again, it could be a strategy that they had within the team. I don't know. It's just that at some point it felt like it dropped and then it picked up again. Dr. Yusuf, you wanted to say something.
Thank you very much. You've said everything. I just wanted to mention a couple of things about the slide. I think Mentor Luke one already said the slides could be better, but I just wanted to emphasize that when you're creating your slides, try as much as possible. Like I always say, let your slides help you. They are there to help you, right? Help you enhance your audience engagement and help you carry us along on the journey. So when you were talking about, I really enjoyed the conclusion, by the way, but when you were talking about can you go back 2 slides or so, 2 or 3 slides? Let me just see. There, before this one. Just before this one. And before this one. Yes. So you were saying something about the Harvard study. You were saying a lot about challenging times, which was great. But this is only what the slide is doing. And I'm like, this particular one should have been a lot better because you're telling a story. So your slide should be able to at least help us with that story. But there's nothing about the story on this slide. There's nothing about Harvard study on this slide. So I'm like, this slide is doing an injustice to what you are presenting. So next time, try as much as possible to make sure your slide is following what exactly you are trying to present and make sure that it's helping you, rather than you doing a lot of work. It was great listening to the story. It was great listening to the study, but I wanted to also see how the slide was also explaining it alongside you, right? So that's just what I have about the slide. But I think every other thing they've said it. But well done, Tim.
Well done, well done. And I feel like this is a two-in-one presentation because you didn't just review the book. You also told, for those that have not watched the movie, that movie is a fantastic movie you should watch. And I feel like you also kind of like shared your insight on that movie as well. Okay, Mentor Paul, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, hello everyone. So it's a wonderful presentation, honestly. I love the engagement. Like you carried everybody along, like the Mr. Ninja, and the concluding part. So there was this part where one of the presenters asked Dr. Jumi a question. I was like, wow. So it was really a nice one. So I just want to point out this. So what Dr. Yusuf said concerning the slide. So there was this particular part where one of the presenters was talking about image. So he used the acronym image, and it was not so. You're actually giving us the image stuff, but it is not here. So I was like struggling. So when you were saying I stands for this, M stands for that, A stands for that, I was like, okay, I can't see it here. So just going forward, wonderful presentation, but please, like Dr. Yusuf rightly said, let the slide do the work for you. And you guys did a good job. So well done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I like the fact that I'll say this after listening to Trailblazers presentation, one would expect the second team to, but you didn't. You were headstrong and you went on like, you know what, we also are here to fight, and you guys pulled a good fight. Well done, guys. All right, okay, so we're going to move quite quickly because we're way behind time to Team Maverick. Team Maverick, are you guys here to present?
Yes, we are ready, ma'am.
Excellent. So I'm just going to give an heads up with this particular team. So see, mentors, I want you to be very strict when it comes to Team Maverick and Team Quest. You see those two teams because they're always bragging. They're always bragging. So when you hear, so this Team Maverick and Team Quest, they're the next presenters. See, if you are giving everybody free mark, these two teams, hold your mark. All right, guys, the floor is yours.
I'm to share my screen.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dr. Yusuf, have you ever watched the Netflix show?
We're about to watch one now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now.
I
So grab your
know.
popcorns and get ready because this is a thriller.
Nice.
And it's also emotional, so if you can get an handkerchief too. All right, so marvelous. You can communicate with Dr. Ajijumoke when she starts.
Okay, I'm ready when you're ready, ma.
I'm always ready now.
This is a journey of a woman who struggles to find her feet in another man's country. A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our Netflix-styled presentation on second-class citizen. My name is Oreoluwa Agbola, and along with me is my ever-talented teammates, David, Charles, and Solomon. Imagine a world where every dream is a battle against societal expectations. Our protagonist in the book Second Class Citizen by Buchi Emekita, published in 1974. A young Nigerian woman, Ada, embodies this struggle. She dares to dream beyond the limitations imposed on her by family and society. Our goal is not just to summarize this book, but to immerse you in Ada's world, where every decision is a step taken towards self-discovery, and every challenge is a testament to her strength. We hope that at the end of this presentation, you will see why Second Class Citizen, although published long ago, remains an essential read for anyone seeking to understand the complexity of race, gender, and identity.
To truly grasp the impact of this book, we must first understand the arc of Ada's journey, a journey that is as physical as it is metaphorical. Ada's story begins in Nigeria, where her life is marked by dreams that seem impossibly out of reach. But from the very beginning, her story is one of resilience. Ada's resilience isn't just about enduring hardship. It is about confronting societal barriers head-on, even when the odds are stacked against her. As she leaves her homeland, she is thrust into a world where identity is constantly challenged, a world that forces her to navigate the complex intersections of race and culture. But this journey is not just about survival. It is about empowerment. Ada's story is a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the relentless pursuit of one's dream, no matter how unattainable they may seem. Over the next few minutes, we'll walk you through the key moments in Ada's life, each representing a theme that defines her journey: resilience, identity, empowerment, and discrimination. These themes are not just abstract concepts. They are the very essence of Ada's struggles and triumphs.
Ada's story begins in Nigeria, where our resilience is tested from a very young age. In a society that often discourages girls from pursuing education, she dares to dream of a future that defies traditional expectations. Despite numerous obstacles, like societal pressures to conform and a lack of family support, Ada's determination remains unshaken. One particularly harsh episode in pages 20 to 22 underscores her unwavering resolve. After using the money meant for household purchases to pay for her entrance examinations, Ada faced severe punishment from her uncle, Vincent. She was beaten for a long time, a cruel reminder of the societal and familiar barriers that stood in her way. Yet, this did not deter her. Instead, it fueled her desire to pursue education even more fiercely. This early resilience forms the bedrock of her journey. During these formative years, she learns the value of perseverance, a lesson that will empower her throughout the many trials she faces ahead. Ada's unwavering commitment to her dreams is not merely a personal victory. It serves as a powerful statement against the limitations imposed by society. Just as we see in the real world today, where young girls like Malala Yousafzai, who is the youngest Nobel Prize laureate in history, fight for their right to education despite overwhelming odds. Ada's story resonates deeply. Our journey reminds us that resilience is not just about enduring hardships. It's about transforming challenges into stepping stones towards success. This theme of resilience will echo throughout Ada's life, guiding her as she navigates a world that often seeks to undermine her ambitions. After years of grappling with societal expectations and limitations, Ada reaches a breaking point. She decides to leave Nigeria for England, a choice that signifies much more than just a physical move. It's a profound leap towards hope and aspiration. For Ada, England symbolizes the possibility of escaping her confining existence and chasing the dreams that have long eluded her. However, this decision is not without its uncertainties. Ada must leave behind everything familiar: her culture, her family, and the comfort of her home. As she embarks on this journey, she enters a world that is both enticing and daunting, filled with promises, but also fraught with challenges. This pivotal moment is crucial, setting the stage for the transformations she will undergo. It's akin to the journeys many individuals face today when they leave their homelands in search of better opportunities. Think of refugees seeking safety or immigrants pursuing a dream. Just as they confront the unknown, Ada's journey to England signifies the start of her fight for not only survival, but for the life she has always envisioned. In her heart, she carries the hope of liberation, a theme that resonates deeply today as countless people strive for a chance at a better life, confronting both fears and aspirations.
The sudden burst of excitement struck Ada from within the cabin. She came out with disbelief. Yes, finally, she is in London. The journey has just begun. Little did she know that it was just a journey of culture shock. With a cold welcome from England, Ada's joy was subdued. She wondered why the cold welcome in England. If people said they have plenty money in England, why then the cold welcome? Ada said to herself. In London, Ada is confronted with a harsh reality, one that is far from her hopeful dreams she had imagined. The cultural shock is immediate and profound. London's cold, impersonal environment is contrast to her vibrant Nigeria roots. Yeah, she is not only an outsider, but also a ghost walking on the surface of the world. The reality is here, not what Ada expected, but she must face it. Despite all the achievements in Nigeria, in London, she immediately became a second-class citizen. and must live with this reality. Like the dying Aisha, a rider, she crumbled and was empty. This experience of alienation begins to chip away at that sense of identity. The vibrant, confident woman who once dreamed of freedom now faces a society that seems determined to diminish her. Her resilience begins to surface in new ways. Today, we see young girls leaving the country to meet their husbands and on getting there become object of mockeries, housewife, punching bags, and they can't even complain. Let's take a deep breath on Ada's journey. For our audience that are outside and our mentors, if you have ever had an experience on racism, please comment yes or no. Facing discrimination. In London, Ada quickly learned the color of her skin is not just a difference, it is a barrier. The racial and social discrimination she faces is a stark reminder that in the eyes of all, she was a second-class citizen. This deprived her of her joy from finding the place to live and the treatment of people towards her and her children, Vicky and Titi. The environment was not friendly for them. They had no friends, and they were constantly pressured to get a foster parent for their children because of their lack of funds. The discrimination was seen evident when Ada and her husband Francis embarked on a journey for new apartment in London, but faced challenges of refusal and constant rejection because they were black-skinned. This experience highlighted the deep roots of prejudice and racism existing in British society at that time and even now. Today, in 2023, we saw the Black Lives Matters campaign and how it ended. For Ada, this experience is a harsh introduction to the systemic injustice faced by Black people, especially women, in the world today.
Ada's marriage to Francis serves as yet another background for her resilience. Initially, it seemed like it was a partnership, but it quickly unfolds into a relationship marked by control and manipulation. Francis did not view Ada as an equal partner. Instead, he saw her as a means to elevate his own status, a tool to enhance his reputation and standing in the society. The power dynamics within their marriages are heavily skewed. Francis exerts control over almost every aspect of Ada's life, from her decisions to her ambitions. This control becomes suffocating, stripping away her freedom and autonomy. Ada feels trapped in a relationship that diminishes her self-worth and distorts her sense of identity. However, in this oppressive environment, Ada's, Ada's spirit remains unbroken. Through her struggles, she begins to awaken and realize that she must reclaim her life and sense of self. This pivotal moment sets the stage for her eventual fight and independence, as she starts to recognize that true empowerment comes from within and she deserves to live a life defined by her own choices and not dictated by others. As we delve deeper into our journey, we will see how these challenging dynamics push Ada towards self-discovery and ultimately for a quest for liberation from the constraints of her marriage. As the power dynamics in her marriage become increasingly oppressive, Ada reaches a critical point in her journey. She realizes that if she is to survive, she must break free from Francis' control. This struggle for independence is not just a personal battle, it is a fight for her very identity, her dignity, and her future. Ada's journey towards independence is marked by courage and determination. She begins to take steps to reclaim her life, asserting her autonomy in ways that were previously unimaginable. The struggle is both internal and external as she battles the societal and marital constraints that held her back for so long. Through this fight, Ada emerges as a stronger, more self-assured woman, setting the stage for the final stages of her journey.
Education is a powerful tool for change, not just for Ada, but for anyone striving to overcome life's hurdles. Think about your own educational journeys, those late nights studying for exams or juggling work with school. Ada's determination to continue learning, even while nursing her little child, is a testament to her resilience. In London, although she couldn't pursue formal education, she still sought knowledge, buying books like How to Teach Yourself to Write, just to improve her writing skills. For Ada, education wasn't just about attending school. It was a means of empowerment and self-discovery. Even in the face of overwhelming responsibilities, she found ways to nurture her intellect and dream of a better life. Our quest for knowledge represents more than academic achievements. It's a path to reclaiming control over our circumstances. It reminds us that no matter the challenges we face, our commitment to learning can lead to transformative change, enabling us to take charge of our lives and shape our futures. Motherhood is a theme that resonates with many, as it often represents both profound joy and significant challenges. Ada's experience mirrors that of countless parents who strive to provide for their children while grappling with their ambitions. Think about how our responsibilities to our families often motivate us to push through difficulties. For Ada, our children are our motivation, driving her to fight for a better life. Yet, the very same responsibilities can feel like chains, holding her back from pursuing her dreams. This duality of motherhood reminds us that while our loved ones inspire us, they also require sacrifices. It's a balancing act that many of us navigate daily, illustrating the importance of self care and ambition, even amidst the demands of parenthood.
Thank you, our audience, for your response. In one sentence, kindly tell us how you overcame this racism. Ada struggled to maintain her identity amidst the pressure in London. She had to find herself again to remember who she was and what she stood for, a vibrant Nigerian woman who never gave up. Exploration of identity is one of the crucial themes in Second Class Citizen. Ada's journey to London is not just a physical relocation, but also a test of who she is and who she wants to become. In a land where she is constantly pressured to assimilate, she struggles to hold on to her Nigerian identity. This unwelcome and cultural displacement challenges her sense of self, leading her to question her values, beliefs, and even her worth. A painful experience for a proud Igbo woman who came from being highly recognized in her country to being laughed out in London, all because of her skin and gender. Ada slowly begins to reconcile the two parts of her identity, embracing her culture while carving out a new identity in England. A journey of self-discovery and self-affirmation it was for Ada to gain freedom and worth. Ada's pursuit of freedom was a recurring motive throughout this book. The significance of her eventful liberation and what it represents to her and other women in similar situations, like Malala, the Pakistan woman, and other women in the world facing these situations today.
As we conclude the exploration of Ada's journey, it is clear that her story is not just a personal narrative, but a powerful reflection of broader societal struggles. Ada's transformation from a young girl in Nigeria with dreams of a better life to a strong, independent woman who overcomes immense obstacles speaks to the resilience and strength inherent in all of us. Her journey is a testament to the power of determination, identity, and the relentless pursuit for freedom. It challenges us to reflect on our own lives and the constraints we may face. Are we, like Ada, fighting to break free from the limitations imposed upon us? What steps can we take to reclaim our own narratives and pursue the freedom we seek? Ada's story leaves us with these important questions, reminding us that the fight for a better life is ongoing, but victory is within reach for those who, like Ada, refuse to give up. And this is why Second Class Citizen by Buchi Emecheta is the best book we have ever read. Thank you for listening.
Wow. Thank you, guys. Your presentation reminds me of the documentary I watched on Netflix. I've forgotten the name. I think it's the Egyptian, the one that the plague that happened to the Egyptian when Moses was about to take the Israelites out of Egypt. I don't know if anyone has watched that documentary on Netflix. That was the way it felt. It was just like I was reliving that experience, and you guys brought it home for me. Okay, because I'm still in the. It was a very strong story, like you said, very emotional as well. So I'll keep quiet and call. But before I call on a mentor to give you, can I just ask, you guys are a team of guys. How did you guys decide on the book to review?
Well, it's an interesting book actually. So we just want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's a book that we've read, like two of us we've read before. So the other two we had to go and read it. So yeah.
That's really nice. It was you guys delivered. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any feedback for the team?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, well done. I love the whole idea of Netflix and making it like a story. It was really interesting. Audience engagement of the charts, to be honest. It shows that you guys put in a lot of work, and you guys really actually, you guys read the book, which is good. I was following the slides as well, and I could see the pages were progressing, and I really loved it because you structured it in a way that you told the story from the beginning to the end. So it felt like I actually read the book. Right? I was following the page numbers as well. So I mean, well done to you guys. You guys did really good. Yeah, I only have nothing but positives, honestly. Well done. Aside from the well, I think you guys did really well. Let me just say that. But aside from the fact that it was quite an emotional story, uh, I'm just trying to process it. But you guys
Exactly.
did well.
And
Thank you very much, sir.
you know the annoying thing. The annoying thing about the presentation is that, did you see the when you watch movies on Netflix, there's this red banner that shows you the progression of your movies. I was watching that red banner. The red banner was moving alongside as the slide was moving, and it was really amazing to me. And look at the end credits. The end credits is what you see when you watch a Netflix movie.
I
Like,
know, right?
and
Even the
like,
disclaimer.
exactly, like it's obvious that a lot of thoughts, not just work, a lot of thoughts have gone into it. Although I feel like the only thing that I would say that um, could be added to the whole thing, although you try to do that where you inserted other stories uh that helped buttress the book in itself, or helped buttress the story of the book. But I would have also loved you to have a broader reflection on the book, where we see like much more of a broader story. I'm not sure how to put it out. Mentor Lukman, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the team for a job well done. I felt like the story was really touching, just like everyone has said, and it was almost perfect in the sense that the words you guys used in the course of the presentation was more like William Shakespeare's delivery. So it was really nice. But then I think the only thing I would say is it felt like the story was just too perfect, straightforward, more like a summary sort of. So I was thinking maybe next time, the slides were very creative. I love everything about the slides. Next time, maybe what you can probably improve on is aside just telling us the story or a summary of what the book is trying to talk about, maybe just like Dr. Jumoke said, maybe you can draw from perspectives, maybe other studies, just so that it doesn't solely relies on just the contents of the book, but also bring in outside perspective, something that will add more spice to the whole presentation.
Yes.
But overall, the presentation was great, but I would just say that maybe if it had more spices, more, additions, then it would make more sense. But great job overall.
Thank you, Mentor Lukman. That was what I was trying to say. Just bringing in probably a global perspective, maybe other people that could other experiences of people that have struggled with the same thing. Although yes, you mentioned I think 1 or 2 days within the presentation, but it was just a mention. It could have been better if you opened up a bit on it. It could also have been better if you maybe gave some data around people that, if I don't know, if there are data around people that have experienced something very similar, would have really enriched your presentation. But aside that, you guys killed it. Well done, guys. Well done. Thank you very much, David. David and Charles, I love your presentation in particular. Well done, guys. Well done.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Charles, thank you for engaging us online. I need to say that, like, well done. So I feel like while you guys are presenting, somebody kept an eye on the chat box, which every team should emulate. I know the person would need to present as well, but designate someone looking at the chat box, cheering you guys up, which you guys need to cheer yourself up. And also maybe if there are any questions, someone might be nice, because Charles answered my question. I've not read the book, and you guys just lectured me on the book. It's something I would like to read. So I had questions in my head and Charles answered my questions. So thank you very much, guys. All right, Team Quest, let's go.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Daniel is humble. Daniel is see Daniel's voice. He's humble. Daniel, what's going on?
Actually, so
They've humbled you, Abby. The first three teams have
no,
humbled you.
I wasn't expecting that, but that was quite interesting, actually.
Oh
Yeah,
my
well done to the week
goodness.
and every other thing.
I know,
Okay.
right? Because Daniel is not always, his voice is not always this down. But the way Daniel answered, oh my god, I'm excited that they've humbled you. All
Actually,
right
but
now.
nevertheless, we are prepared, and then I guess that we're also like ready for this.
No, Allah, let's see it now. Bring it on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, guy.
Change isn't something that just happens. It is created, shaped by those bold enough to change the status quo. It takes vision, action, and courage to inspire others. But what if I told you that real power lies not only in driving your own change, but in igniting it in others? Laura Wildman Powers knew this when she founded Code 2040. She didn't just focus on teaching coding skills to underrepresented groups. She built a movement, creating a new generation of change makers equipped to break barriers in tech. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed judges, fellow participants, and our attentive audience, it is not just about what we can do as individuals, but how we empower others to lead change as well. Today, I'm pleased to introduce my colleagues who have demonstrated creating change through their engagements. Meet Joy, who recognized the declining saving habits among the younger generation and then started a project called Teach a Child to Save. This project focuses on saving culture for children of age 7 to 12. Meet Daniel, a founder of EduSTEM platform. EduSTEM tech resources focused on impacting students who don't have access to sophisticated technology in remote and rural areas. Meet Babatunde, who is dedicated to teaching and mentoring high school students who have limited access to quality education. Since 2014, he has been voluntarily sharing his knowledge and skills with these students, empowering them to reach their full potential. Along with my friends, I initiated a project called the Fintelect, which aims to bridge the information gap in the finance industry. By offering free beginner level content, we seek to ensure individuals make more informed decisions and confidently enter the finance industry. Alex Budak, the author of the book Becoming a Changemaker, is a social entrepreneur, professional faculty member of UC Berkeley, and co-founder of Start Some Good. He is an award-winning educator. He helps people find their voice, spark change, and create impact anywhere. The book was first published in September 2022 by Hachette Book Group Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, a change maker is more than just a leader. They are hopeful disruptors who actively challenge the status quo and seek opportunities at the crossroads of diverse fields. The author defines a change maker as someone who combines curiosity, non-conformity, and a willingness to take calculated risks. At this point, I would like to call on Joy to share with us what mindset she thinks is necessary to navigate and lead change effectively.
Thank you, Ayodeji. At the heart of change making is a mindset rooted in optimism and action. In the book, the author introduced the concept of learned optimism, a term coined by Matthias Seligman, which is the belief that one can create a brighter future through intentional effort. This mindset isn't about blind positivity. It's about recognizing your agency in the face of challenges and believing in your ability to effect change. Change makers understand that setbacks are temporal, which enable them to stay focused and motivated on their goal. Isn't that interesting?
Absolutely, Joy. Such an interesting perspective. Daniel, how would you assess your potential as a change maker?
Definitely. So for me, becoming a change maker starts with self-awareness. As the author has used in the book, a story inspired by Amanda Gorman, Healed Are Crime. Two main components which include seeing the light, which means believing better in the future, and being the light, taking action to create a better future. In the book, the author suggested that using a Changemaker Index, a tool, helps you to evaluate the strengths and areas of growth across 5 dimensions, which include awareness, mindset, leadership, action, and effectiveness. So by regularly assessing these dimensions, one can develop and also help to make effective leading to change.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Now I'm going to moving on towards Babatunde. Now, for instance, you are leading a team and a team member points out a mistake you made in your strategy. How would you handle this feedback while maintaining humility and encouraging collaboration? Also, how does this approach benefit the team?
Thank you so much, Ayodeji. Humility allows leaders to listen, admit mistakes, and share credit, creating a culture where team members feel valued and empowered. By prioritizing the needs of others and maintaining a servant leadership approach, changemakers can build trust and encourage collaboration, which are essential for driving sustainable change. The author introduces the idea of micro leadership, where individuals seize opportunities to lead from wherever they are. A very good example are my colleagues on this call who have taken their time to make an impact through an activity. Mind blowing, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Building on this idea of humility, the author also highlights the importance of failure as a change maker. Let's hear from Daniel on how to embrace failure as a change maker.
Yeah, definitely. No meaningful change can ever happen without many failures along the way. To lead change is to fail, and also to become a change maker, I believe, is the future. In the book, the author argues that failure is an integral part of change making journey. Rather than avoiding it, change makers should actually embrace failure as an opportunity to learn and also to grow. By adopting this mindset that views failure as a step towards success, change maker can build resilience and continuously refine their approaches. Do you agree with this strategy?
I totally agree with that, Daniel. Now that we've explored the significance of embracing failure, let's delve into another crucial aspect of change making: flexibility. Joy, just as a tree bends in the wind but doesn't break, a change maker must be flexible to withstand the storms of adversities. Can you walk us through?
Thank you, Ayodeji. According to the book, to be a change maker, you must be adaptable, especially in today's unpredictable world. The author emphasizes the need for types of flexibility, as suggested by psychology professor Steve Zaccaro, constituting 3 types of flexibility, which are cognitive, emotional, and dispositional. Cognitive flexibility involves considering multiple perspectives simultaneously, while emotional flexibility is about empathizing with others and understanding their emotion. Dispositional flexibility, on the other hand, is the ability to remain hopeful and pragmatic, balancing optimism and realism. These forms of flexibility equip change makers to navigate complex situations and lead effectively in dynamic environments. So true, right?
Yes, that's so true. Just as a gymnast must be flexible to perform complex routines, a change maker must be adaptable to navigate the ever-changing landscape of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 10 hours rather, myself and my team started the Changemaker Challenge. Guess what? The author of the book, Alex Budak, joined our challenge. We have gotten over 1,000 impressions across all social media. We are calling on everyone to join on this challenge. Share your experience as a change maker. Hashtag Daytopia, hashtag becoming a change maker. Babatunde, would you like to share ideas on how change makers can build trust and collaboration for their journeys?
Definitely, Ayodeji. Trust is the foundation of successful change making. The author explains that change makers must first trust themselves and then extend that trust to others. He highlighted that trust consists of 3 interrelated aspects or pillars. First one is trusting ourselves. Secondly, we have to trust others. And thirdly, is earning the trust of others. Each one is important on its own, but to fully make trust a superpower, according to research, about 71% of Americans trust in one another is diminishing. In a world where trust is often in short supply, cultivating it can be a game changer in leading and sustaining change. So basic and simple, right?
Perfecto. You nailed it. Now that we've explored the foundational role of trust in change making, let's delve deeper into how to cultivate a supportive environment where trust can flourish. Daniel, can you take us on a journey to explore the psychological safety of change making?
Definitely. For a change maker to try, there is a need to foster environments of psychological safety. The author draws attention of our research of our attention to a research by an Harvard professor, Edison, which shows that a team with psychological safety are more innovative and engaged. In such environments, individuals feel confident that they can express ideas and take risks without fear or embarrassment or punishment. It was also highlighted in the book that psychological safety is the most important success factor for Google among its teams. I'm sure you agree with this too.
Absolutely. Isn't that exciting? Psychological safety is the fertile ground for change, but it takes courage to plant the seeds and nurture them into growth. Babatunde, what's your view on this?
Yeah, thank you, Ayodeji. Change making requires courage, particularly in the face of vulnerability. It introduces the change maker impact equation, which shows that the impact is a product of action, leadership, and mindset. Without action, the best ideas remain unrealized. Another tool of action is the change maker canvas, designed to guide change makers through the process of enacting change. It involves defining your vision, identifying the core problems, and also planning for substantive impact. Simple and easy to pick up, right, Ayodeji?
This is apt, Babatunde. Wow, that was a blaze through. Esteemed audience, have you taken a leap or you are still at a crossroad? I'm quite sure it's the former. The world is waiting for your change makers like you. Let's hear from Alex Budak's keynote speech for those still at crossroads.
I'm Alex Budak, the author of the book Becoming. We're facing deep, challenging, and systemic issues in our world today, from climate change to a long overdue awareness of racial injustice and systemic racism to people trying to get a greater sense of purpose and meaning in their work. There is so much change all around us. And the world, our companies, and our teams need you to become a change maker as well. There's an opportunity here for each of us to help shape the world that we ourselves and those that come after us will inherit. Can we step into that identity as a change maker and find ways to leave our teams, our organizations, our communities, the world a bit better off than we found it? In this volatile and uncertain world, it can feel scary to stand up and say, hey, I've got an idea to lead positive change. But the world has never been more ready for you. We need you to step up and join us as a change maker. We need you to lead positive change from wherever you are.
In conclusion, becoming a change maker is about more than just having a vision. It's about taking action, embracing challenges, and leading with empathy and humility. The book provides a roadmap for anyone looking to make a difference, emphasizing that change making is accessible to all. Remember that the power to create positive change lies within you. Don't wait for permission. Start your journey today by applying the principles of change making in your own life and work. Thank you from Team Quest.
Thank you very much, Team Quest. Thank you. Well done, guys. I don't know. I feel like you guys have employed some mercenaries to help you guys with all these rehearsals and presentation. Okay, so I'm going to call on Mentor Blessing. Mentor Blessing, can you please give Team Quest some feedback, please?
All right. Hello everyone. Well done, Team Quest. Congratulations. I have one question before we proceed. What are the principles? Can you give us a summary of this review? You talked about becoming a change maker by embracing the principles. Can you give us a summary of those principles before we proceed? Thank you.
Sorry, if I get your question very well. You mentioned
at
that
the end of the presentation, you mentioned everyone can become a change maker by embracing the principles in the book. So I understand that your team has read the book. Can you give us a summary of those principles, like in 3 points or 5 points, please?
Okay, so some of the principles you actually mentioned, which are related to what you mentioned, was one of them was canvas, the change maker canvas, which we actually had 6 of them, right? We have the vision, opportunity, change, 4S change, action, community, and approach. So looking at this, an individual must ask themselves what's the vision and what change you actually want to achieve with the vision, right? And also the opportunity you are looking at, what's the core problem, consequences are the core roots, and then you should look at the 4S change, which revolves around scalability, sustainability, and substantial impact. And also the action, which has to do with the plan for being resilient while you're making change. Then the community is who you are targeting, particularly to make impact on. And then the approach which you are making the impact as a change maker. That is your mindset and then the leadership method you are using.
All right, that's a good one. So thank you, Daniel. So the reason I asked that question is because the purpose of a book review is to simplify the book, but for someone that hasn't read it to understand that, you know what, this is the next book I want to pick up. So my first feedback is first to say, you know, you did a good job. The research was well done. I can see that you understood what the book talked about. And to improve on that, what you should focus on when doing a book review, a presentation, a book review, is to summarize those main points, like so that someone that hasn't read it before can understand. I know what the book is talking about, 1, 2, 3 points, and you can go for it. So take that feedback. Next time when you're doing a book review, focus on summarizing, simplifying, especially whatever has been said in the book. So that someone that has never read it can say, you know what, I want to pick up this book. I'm interested. I want to read it. So that's the first feedback. Second of all, I think your team has a great synergy. I like what the approach was taking, like having a moderator call on the remaining team members to present. So that was well done. And then for the challenge you started on social media, I mean that was genius. So well done. I'm glad the author also participated. So I mean, kudos to the team. Overall, I think it was a good presentation. I understand that last week you had a feedback on your slides. I think you used kind of the same template, so check that for your next week's presentation. You can change the slides a bit, tweak it a bit. You don't have to use the same template all the time. So make it less busy, less text, and maybe change the background a bit. So I know you had that feedback from last week already. So overall, well done. It was a good presentation, and I'll just leave the floor open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mentor Blessing. Thank you for that feedback. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any additional feedback for the team?
Well, thank you for that. It was a good presentation. I think Mentor Blessing said everything already. Well done, team. I love the transition. I love the I love when people go outside, think outside of the box, and you've done that with the social media and with the way you've gone about the book as well, involving the author. I think it was really good to see, and audience engagement was also really great. So well done, Tim. Just be cautious of. I think the first page again had a couple of things in there. Maybe you didn't need to put the one. I think the little information you put on the first page, the little information you put about the book, which I'm not sure if you can show that again. Just the first page, the introductory page, so that it's just not too much information. We didn't need to have that part of that in the first page. Thank you. Yeah, so trusted and recognized. Maybe that one didn't really need to be there, you know. Probably, I think you put it again. Maybe at the end of the presentation, you can just put that. But that one, probably shouldn't be there, so that it should just be a bit more less information in the first introductory page. But well done, Tim. You guys have done it again, so well done.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer that the team has got great presenters. That is a no-brainer, and they've got great skills as well, tech skills as well. Just a little bit of what they've said. Personally, the only thing I would say that I would just say is that when something becomes your signature, sometimes it could be good when people know you for this is the way you do your things, but sometimes then it could cause it could make you be in a box where people place you in a box and you tend not to grow out of the box. So one thing that just implies with your slides, your slides just seem kind of like the same, kind of very similar to what you did last week. Again, try to go outside of that box and use something slightly different so that it gives your team that diversity that is required. All right, thank you very much, Team Quest. Well done for the presentation. All right, Team Juggernaut Achievers, are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
All right. This is another team that I'm looking forward to their presentation. They're ready to broadcast news at 2 o'clock to us. So guys, let's keep our fingers crossed while they take us on a very interesting ride.
Good day, Daytopia. My name is Promise Aguda, and with me are my fellow Juggernaut achievers, Peace Ayola, Kayode Orosonya, and Joy Olufowora. Together, we'll be presenting a review of the best book ever read, Factfulness. In Factfulness, the author, Ant Roslin, presents a compelling case for a factful mindset, one that is grounded in data, statistics, and diverse perspectives. Join us as we embark on an enlightening adventure of a world that is filled with factful mindsets.
Breaking news out of Nigeria. The NSAS protest against police brutality has taken a drastic turn. Reports from Lagos reveal a massacre as security forces opened fire on peaceful protesters at the Lekki toll gate.
Good day, everyone. I'm Kayode Orosonya from CNN News. The World Health Organization, WHO, has said as of July 21st, 2024, over 775 million confirmed cases and more than 7 million deaths from COVID-19 have been reported globally since the pandemic began.
Have you ever noticed how the media can blow things out of proportion? Let's start from the news reports we just heard. During the NSAS protest, at first, it seemed like total chaos. But in reality, most protests were peaceful, with only a few violent incidents. And look what happened. The government stopped SARS. However, the exaggerated reports stirred up negative emotions in the hearts of people, leading to even more harm. In the end, only a few news outlets reported the positive changes brought about by the NSAS protest, such as the establishment of a new Human Rights Commission. Now, let's talk about the world at large. We often think that many countries are still struggling with access to basic necessities like good food and water, electricity, and healthcare. Emphasis on the word many. But here's the thing, that's just not true. The fact is that over 80% of the world's population is actually living a decent life, according to the World Bank. Yes, I know it's hard to believe. And it's hard to believe because we are often stuck in an outdated view of the world, like we're still living in the 1800s. Would you want to be treated with medical techniques from back then? No way. So why do we still base our knowledge of the world on ancient information? I'm guessing some people here still do not believe me when I say we are often stuck in an outdated view of the world. Well, I was skeptical too until I saw the fact for myself. Why don't we take a pause here? The link to a very short test has been dropped in the comment section here and on our WhatsApp platform. Kindly take the test and see how your knowledge of the world stacks up. Be prepared for a reality check.
Why does it seem like the world is getting worse when statistically it is improving? What is the cause of these misconceptions? One of the agents responsible for this is the media. In a bid to grab attention and evoke strong emotions in readers, journalists sometimes make use of over-exaggerated headlines, wrong facts, and even fake news, thus depicting the society in a worse state than it actually is. By also providing more news reports on pandemics, killings, and disasters, the media helps in downplaying positive trends in poverty reduction and global health. This constant focus on negative news to believe that the world truly is deteriorating. But is the media solely responsible for this? Of course not. The human instinct also has a role to play. 18 of the book, the human brain is depicted as complex, wired with a lot of natural instincts. These natural instincts make us prone to certain behaviors. For instance, the average human's interest is normally piqued when issues revolving around gossip and dramatic stories are being discussed. This natural craving for exaggerated stories make us tend towards misconceptions and exaggerated worldview. This is why factfulness is necessary.
Exactly. Learn factfulness now. It's now or never. Tomorrow might be too late. I'm certain you've heard those lines before, maybe from a salesperson or an activist. Both use similar techniques. Act now or lose the chance forever. They are deliberately trying to trigger our urgency instinct. The urgency instinct makes us want to take immediate action in the face of perceived imminent danger. This imperative call to action makes us think less critically and take drastic decisions, which most times turn out to be regrettable. Many activists use this technique to spur us into action to solve future risks like climate change, because naturally, we can be quite slothful at addressing these. This certainly can make us act, but it creates stress and leads to poor decisions. The activists who do this are like the boy who cried wolf, and we know how the story ends, with a world full of dead sheep. Not just the urgency instinct, we also have the blame instinct.
Whenever something bad happens, for example, a failure in the economy, our first instinct is to blame somebody. We immediately say things like, it is Tinubu, or the politicians are just corrupt. This is what Hans Rosling calls the blame instinct. It is a powerful human tendency to simplify complex issues by assigning responsibility to a single person or a group. The world is complex, not evil. We tend to look for villains instead of understanding the underlying causes of the problems. The reality is that most problems are caused by a complex interplay of factors, not by evil individuals. For example, during the oil boom, when Nigeria's economy blossomed superbly, Census Bureau report that about 25.5 million Nigerians were below the poverty level. So how can we blame the nation's poverty on politicians? Blaming on a single leader oversimplifies the issues and prevents us from finding effective solutions. The media plays a significant role in reinforcing the blame instinct by focusing on dramatic story with a clear villain and heroes. This creates a distorted picture of the world. While it is important to hold people accountable, it is equally important to understand the broader context.
That's the blame instinct. Now, let's consider another thing we all fall prey to. From page 23, we are told that the gap instinct is the irresistible temptation that we humans have to divide all kinds of things into two conflicting groups with an imagined empty gap in between. Think about how we talk: rich versus poor, developed and developing countries, OAU and others. Have you ever wondered why we frame things this way? Well, that's the gap instinct in action. The gap instinct is a misconception because the majority lies in the perceived empty gap. When using these conflicting words, we do not just take sides. We are creating a mental picture of a world divided into two categories. And here's the catch: those mental pictures don't match up with reality. But that's not all. There are more instincts.
The fear instinct. Imagine you were scrolling through the website of a newsfeed, maybe Opera News, and there you stumbled upon two news headlines. The number BA0016 from the Murtala Mohammed Airport arrived safely in Abuja this morning. The other, 22 people killed as Boko Haram invades Borno State. If you were able to click on just one of these, which would you go for? The first or the second? Please indicate in the comment section. I could be quite sure a lot of people would definitely go for the second. This leads us to the fear instinct. The fear instinct refers to the tendency we have as humans to focus on negative events while overlooking the actual progress and development that have occurred over time. In so much as we all have this instinct, it must be properly managed. If managed properly, the fear instinct can pull people together to fight terrible things in the world. And if not, it could cause lots of problems and even deaths, just as in the Armory explosion in Lagos 2002, where around 600 people are dying. Other instincts discussed in this book includes the negativity instinct, the straight line instinct, size instinct, generalization instinct, the destiny instinct, and lastly, the single perspective instinct. Having talked on some of these instincts and the challenges they pose, how then do you manage them? Join us as we delve into the world of instinct solutions.
Here's how we can apply factfulness in practice. We can use factfulness to control the urgency instincts. Whenever you hear someone say, "You must act now," hesitate, relax. It's seldom true. It's rarely that urgent. Most times, they're trying to stop us from thinking critically. What you should do is insist on data. With that data, put the story in its full situation, carefully analyze the impact of alternative courses of action, then make a well-informed decision. Learn to control the urgency instinct. However, there's a disclaimer. This doesn't apply to genuinely urgent situations, like when a speeding car bursts out of nowhere. You certainly don't want to get crushed in the middle of analyzing decisions' impact. In these situations, you should follow your urgency instinct. Now we talk on how we can apply factfulness to the blame instinct.
You beware of the blame instinct. Instead of blaming individuals, let's focus on the systems that contribute to problems. These systems are often complex and difficult to change, but understanding them is crucial for finding solutions. For example, to address Nigeria's poverty, we need to look at historical, economic, social, and environmental factors that drive it. Rather than dwelling on the blame, let's focus on finding solutions. Imagine how many Nigerian problems will have been solved if all our complaints were solutions instead. Lastly, we should be aware of media bias. We should understand how news coverage can shape our perception, and we should look for alternative sources of information.
That's how you deal with the blame instinct. Now, how do you tackle the gap instinct? Very easy. The solution is to adopt a spectrum mindset. And what's a spectrum mindset? A spectrum mindset is a way of thinking that recognizes and accepts that things exist on a continuum rather than in binary or absolute terms. And so between beautiful and ugly, we have charm and charisma. Between rich and poor, we have modest and comfortable. Between extroverts and introverts, we have reserved and adaptable. And so next time you hear these conflicting words, take a moment to think about the bigger picture. Remember, it is often right there in the middle where the gap is supposed to be that you find the majority. I'm sure you are eager to know about the solution to the fear instinct.
By reducing the intake of negative news and increasing your focus more on the developing areas of life, you can successfully manage your fear instinct. The fear instinct can also be controlled when we avoid decision-making processes in times of panic. Always remember that not everything that seems frightening is in the real sense dangerous. Factfulness is knowing what things truly are dangerous and what isn't. In conclusion, Factfulness by Hans Rosling challenges us to confront and revise our misconceptions about the world. Our perspectives are often clouded by dramatic headlines and outdated stereotypes, leading us to believe that the world is in a worse state than it actually is. Hans Rosling's rigorous analysis and compelling data reveal a positive reality. By embracing a fact-based view, we can better understand global progress and make more informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Can I just say this? So I feel like this team is a cheat. When they say cheat team, this is what you call a cheat team. This team has got some of the best presenters that we have on this competition, and this is no brainer. Going from Promise to Peace. Promise already knows she's a fantastic presenter. I don't have to say that. You guys are wonderful presenters. Your confidence, can I just say this? Please, please, please do not lose your confidence. Do not lose your smile. These are your strengths, and you guys should hold on to it. You guys are fantastic. Yeah, quite fantastic. With your presentation, very fantastic presenters. I would just say that I think the only thing that, although it's way better this week, the only thing that this team struggles with is their slide. It's way better this week. Personally, I don't like the color. Again, it's just my own personal preference, but it doesn't mean that everyone shares out of that perception. It's just me. But your slide was is way better compared to what you've presented in the past. So on that, well done. Can I call on Mentor Paul? Do you have a feedback for this team, please?
Yeah, so it's a wonderful presentation. Yeah, like I just love the style you guys adopted, like the newscasting style. It's wonderful. Well done. Yeah, so what you guys can just work on is the slide. So like Dr. Jimmy rightly said. So I noticed like the page numbers were not included. I don't know if I was the only one that noticed it, but you didn't include the page numbers for some of the things that you were some of the facts that you guys were presenting. So going forward, if you guys can actually work on that, that would be good. But in whole, it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've said this, that aside you having the page numbers within your slide, when you're talking as well and you're referring to the book, you should say those page numbers, call attention to those page numbers, so that it gives us that strong knowledge that you actually know the book and you know what you're saying. Okay, do we have any final feedbacks from any of the mentors before I move on? Anyone? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Team Juggernaut Achievers. Can I just use this opportunity to... Oh, Dr. Yusuf, you wanted to say something?
No, I just wanted to say well done again to this amazing team. I mean,
yeah,
confidence and the way they always present is always, I'm always looking forward to it. So well done to this team again. I love the book they picked. It was a very good book to properly analyze, which they did. And they carried us along all through the process. Good conclusion as well. So well done.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf.
If I can add one more thing, please. We have
Yes.
amazing TV personalities in this team. I think someone is telling one of the presenters that she has found her calling in life. So yeah,
Yeah.
that you should look at that. I mean, TV personalities right here. So well done.
Yeah, well done. Like, I think they know what their niche was, and they just stuck to it, and they did it well. And I think what Promise was thinking in her head is that, you know what, we're not going to compete with the slide achievers. They've got the skill, but you know what, we've got the presentation power, and we're going to stick to that. We're going to kill on that, and that's just what they did. So well done. Okay, can I just use this opportunity to recognize Professor Bolajoko? She's with us here. She's been, as I always say, a great mentor to us. She's always supported us, and you know, she's one of the backbones behind Daytopia. Thank you very much, Professor Bolajoko, for always joining us. Thank you very much for your support. We do not take it for granted, and we do appreciate everything that you do for us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, ma. Good afternoon.
I've enjoyed the two presentations I've had. So.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you. All right. Can I also recognize the presence of Mommy Teniola? Mommy Teniola is, she's our mommy in the house. She's a strong support system to us with the advice. She's always there. Thank you very much, Mommy Teniola. It's always nice to have you around. Okay, so break time over. Guys, we're going to move on to another very wonderful team that I like to call team that I like the team members. Like they are always pushing and always wanting to know how can they develop themselves, what can they do better. They are one team that they are always in my WhatsApp message, and this is Team Pinnacle. So Team Pinnacle, are you guys ready for us?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Thank you very much. Once you are ready, let me know.
So I'll share my screen now. Okay. Imagine if your next boss didn't have to read your resume because he reads your blog. Imagine being a student and getting your first gig based on the school project you posted online. Imagine losing your job for having a social network of people familiar with your work and ready to help you find a new one. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lulu can sometimes be the Solulu. All you have to do is show your work. Good day, everyone. Mentors, judges, Daytopians on the call. I'm Faiza Jaji from Team Pinnacle. And with me today are Nahima, Safia, and Balkis. We'll be presenting to you a watertight summary of the book Show Your Work by Austin Field. And I can bet with you that you do not want to miss this. The book, which is just 150 pages long, started with a prologue titled A New Way of Operating, which emphasizes on the fact that the world has changed. It's no longer enough to just make stuff and hope people will find it. You have to be findable. The question is, how do you attract people? How do you show your work? Austin introduced 10 ways to show one's creativity and get discovered. Are you curious about these tips? Then tag along with me. The first tip, which is the first chapter, is you don't have to be a genius. We need to move away from the lone genius myth of creativity. The thought that being a genius is being alone and so talented that others can't catch up. In lieu of this, find a seniors, which is a group of people working together in a shared context to produce something greater than just some talent altogether. On page 11, Austin described a seniors as the elder way of thinking about creativity. That is, a whole scene of people supporting each other, looking at each other's work, copying from each other's idea, stealing ideas, contributing ideas. Also, remember that you don't have to be an expert to contribute to the seniors. A perfect illustration is the Daytopia competition. We, as participants, are not experts, but we put together our skills to create something great. Things that wow judges and even industry experts. That is the power of the seniors. This chapter also talks about being an amateur. Sometimes amateurs have more to teach us than the experts. An amateur understands the beginner's mind while the expert doesn't. It encourages readers to find something they want to learn and learn it in front of others. Share your process, share your successes, and more importantly, your failures. Help others who want to be on the same path. The second way to show your work is to think process, not product. And this forms the second chapter of the book. Austin advised readers to take people behind the scene. People love to see beautiful cakes, and I bet we all wow at a castle cake when we see one. But do you know what is more interesting than the cake? It is the process of making the cake. That's why people like Chef T, Diary of a Kitchen Lover, so much. She doesn't just show us the food and the food art. She takes us through the process of making them. The internet has provided a way out for this, and the audience craves to see the person behind the product. Page 31 of this chapter talks about how to become a documentarian of what you do. As Gary Vaynerchuk says,
Document, don't create. Share screenshots as you are going along. Take photos of your process. Write down your thoughts in a notebook. Whether you share it or not, documenting your process has its own reward. So remember this. When Chisholm tells you to submit your team's video for the week, don't whine. Just show your work.
To build a house, you need one block at a time. That's what Austin suggests we do with our work. Share something small every day. In chapter 3, Killian emphasizes the importance of consistency in sharing our work. By doing so, we build a habit, discipline, and develop our unique voice, style, and create a sense of momentum that helps overcome fear and perfectionism. Consistency is the key. I believe you are not hearing this for the first time. But what if you feel like your interests are too weird or unrelated to your work? Our interest doesn't align with our career goals. Killian says, embrace those weird interests. In chapter 4, open up your cabinet of curiosities. He encourages us to share our passion, even if they seem unrelated. This is where the most interesting ideas come from. Take Steve Jobs, for example, who merged his love of calligraphy with technology to create the Macintosh computer's typography. And also J.J. Abrams, who blended his passion for filmmaking and technology to create innovative TV shows and movies such as Lost and Star Wars. Now, let's talk about storytelling. Did you know a good story is like a good meal? It nourishes, it satisfies, and it leaves you wanting for more. In chapter 5, titled Tell Good Stories, highlights the importance of sharing our experiences and connecting with others through stories. Stories help us remember, relate, and make sense of our works. Aaron Sorkin says, tell me a fact and I will learn. Tell me a story and I will remember. Storytelling is a new selling skills, especially when networking and searching for global opportunities. I believe we can all relate from the cover letters to the personal statements.
Before diving into the next chapter, let us acknowledge that show your work touches on a multitude of important themes. Sharing your process, embracing vulnerability, and the power of community, to name a few. However, for this discussion, I want to zoom in on the idea of teaching what you know, which is the sixth tip and chapter. Why focus on this? Teaching isn't just for the experts anymore. It's for anyone with a unique perspective and a willingness to share. The modern landscape allows us to teach through blog posts, videos, allows us to teach through podcasts, or even a well-crafted tweet. As cited in page 94, Clem puts it that you don't need a PhD or a fancy classroom to teach, but just a willingness to share your journey. And why is this so important? Because teaching is a two-way street. When you teach, you are not only helping others, you are reinforcing your own knowledge and often discovering new insights in the process. It is like revealing the secret recipe for your grandmother's famous cookies. You are passing on something precious, and in doing so, you appreciate it even more yourself. There is nothing more satisfying than when someone finally gets it thanks to you. As noted in page 100, Yoda wisely said, pass on what you have learned. Teaching isn't just about knowing it all, it's also about giving it all. So start small. Share a tip, write a how-to post, or make a quick tutorial video. Your audience doesn't need to be huge. Even if you help just one person, you have already made a difference. Now, while teaching and sharing are wonderful, there is something you must know. Don't turn into human spam, which is the seventh tip and chapter. This chapter of the book serves as a reality check. Let's face it, nobody likes spam, not the edible kind, and certainly not the digital kind. So why do some people insist on turning themselves into walking, talking infomercials? It's all about being authentic. If you're only sharing your work because you want likes, follows, or sales, people can smell that desperation from a mile away. Instead, let your passion and enthusiasm be your megaphone. Share your process, your ups and downs, your excitement about what you are creating, not just the finished product. Think of yourself as a documentary filmmaker, not a salesperson. In page 108, you realize that you are inviting people into your world, showing them the behind the scenes, the nitty gritty, and the real story behind your work. Next, let's address one of the most challenging aspects of sharing your work: handling criticism. Criticism, love it or hate it is going to find you. But here's the kicker: how you handle it is what makes all the difference, which is the learning to take a punch. Here is the eighth tip and chapter where Clan doesn't sugarcoat the fact that putting your work out there is like stepping into a boxing ring. There will be punches, some will sting, others might knock the wind out of you, but all of them offer a chance to learn and grow. Focus on the constructive feedback, the kind that makes you think, oh, maybe I can use this to get better. But remember, no matter what anyone says, don't lose sight of why you create. Your work has value, and you are the only one who can truly define what success looks like for you. So, whether the critics are throwing roses or roasting tomatoes, keep your head up and your hands steady. Every punch is a reminder that you are in the ring, doing the work, and that is something to be proud of. As they say in the boxing world, it is not about how hard you hit, but about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. So keep moving forward and keep creating.
The work you do will speak for you. Be creative and put your work out there. It's just a matter of time for your work to earn you money. When it's time to raise money, people will give out freely without asking how the money would be used. In chapter 9, which is tagged Sellout, a communication between you and the audience is very vital. Hear reviews from them and break barriers by creating a mailing list with their consent so they can expect updates on a particular subject matter. It's like expecting a poetic message from Maimunat Ali. Exciting, right? An author, Neil Gaiman, said, the biggest problem of success is that the world conspires to stop you doing the things that you do, but you are success because you are successful. When you have success, it's important to give back to the society, to those who have helped you to get where you are. You have to be as generous as you can, but in doing so, be so selfish enough to get your work done. Work is never finished, only abandoned, according to Paul Valery. In chapter 9, stick around. Regardless of failures or success, perseverance is one of the attributes to make a lifelong achievement. As regards what Dr. Jumi said, she said it takes her 5 years to get her PhD degree. Exactly right, but some people would have given up during that process. Your last work that ends as success or failure can be your motivation for your next project. We work because it's a chain reaction. Each subject matter leads to the next. Charles Ames. Okay, let's take a break. I'm not talking about break from this presentation. Most of us don't have the flexibility in our lives to be able to walk away from work for a full year. Thankfully, there are sabbatical leaves. Writer Gina Trapani pointed out 3 prime spots to turn off our brains and make a break and take a break from our home life. Number 1 is to exercise, 2, commute, and 3, nature. You will agree with me on that, right? Also, we can also begin again. When mastery has been attained and you feel like you have learned whatever there is to learn from what you are doing, it's time to look for something new to learn so that you can move forward. Become an amateur athlete. Think of it as beginning again and push yourself to become a student again. Anyone who isn't embarrassed of who they were last year probably isn't learning enough, according to author Alan Dibont.
So you have finished your work and you're feeling pretty inspired, right? You're ready to go out there. Start sharing your creative process and maybe even become the next big thing on social media. But hold on a second. Before you flood the internet with every sketch, thought, and breakfast you've ever had, let's pump the brakes and have a little heart to heart. First off, let's talk about this idea of sharing everything. Austin Kleon's enthusiasm for sharing is contagious, but in the real world, not everything needs to be broadcasted. Seriously, do we need to see every rough draft, every failed attempt, every cup of coffee you have consumed while brainstorming? At some point, it stops being authentic and starts becoming too much information. Let's be honest, even your most die-hard fans don't want to scroll through every documentary length feed of your daily grind. Less is more, folks. Additionally, there is the matter of selling out. Once money enters the equation, passion projects can quickly turn into business decisions. And before you know it, you are spending more time worrying about your brand than about creating something meaningful. In the end, show your work. And by all means, take Claire's advice. But remember, sometimes it is okay to keep a little mystery in your work. After all, a magician never reveals all their tricks, right? Yeah. Now, moving on to the conclusion. Look for something new to learn. And when you find it, dedicate yourself to learning it out in the open. Document your progress and share as you go so that others can learn along with you. Show your work. And when the right people show up, pay close attention to them because they will have a lot to show you. Just as exactly we have a lot to show you in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I feel like your presentation is quite very timely because with the era of social media and everybody trying to do stuff on social media and trying to make content on social media, I feel like your presentation was quite timely. You know, in the bid of people trying to create content, I've seen people blend cooked noodles to make fried. You just see a lot of nonsense on Facebook these days or on social media generally these days. So it's quite very timely. And yeah, like I was going to say, this buchi with buchi mix and what's the name of that other blender? Those people have made social media go wide with their need to drive content. So yeah, well done very much to the team. Good job, good presentation. Okay, Mentor Lukman, do you have feedback for the team?
Honestly, I think this is a great presentation overall. I love the transition. I love the content, the structure. I don't want to spend so much time, giving praises, but overall, this presentation was really not just, interesting, but it has something I believe everyone can learn, especially in today's world, like Dr. Jumoke highlighted. So yeah, great job. I think maybe a little bit of improvement can be done on the slides, maybe in terms of creating spaces, making it less cluggy in a way. But overall, I think great job from the team.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, you are right. DJ Buchi Mix has caused social media problem. Like that blender can blend anything, and it's just got irritating to me because everyone now is a Buchi Mix user. So yeah, I feel like the only thing that I would say, although it's not totally off, it's just that there was a lot of things within your slide, a lot of working elements within your slide. Sometimes they come out really good, but then sometimes it's like, oh, where do I focus on, so again, you might want to keep an eye on that. Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
Yes, I want to say, honestly, I have nothing but praises for this team. Naima, Faiza, Bilikis, and Safia. You guys are really good presenters, honestly. I was glued to my screen. I was like, first of all, I love the book. I love the way you've structured it from one to, it was easy to follow.
Mm-hmm.
It was very easy to follow. Number one, number two, number three, and the way you were referring to those chapters one after the other. Okay, chapter 6 says this. You said okay in page 2, and then you went again to say okay, let's take. It was just like it wasn't even like a presentation. It was like you were educating me on
Mm-hmm.
this book, and I really loved that. I loved the I loved most of the slides. Honestly, it was really good. It was way better than the previous slides you've had, and it just shows that you've developed a lot. You guys have developed yourself so much, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm really proud of you guys. Honestly, so well done to this team. Honestly, you guys, I really loved the presentation.
Well done. Yes, I was actually writing down the names of my outstanding presenter for the week, and I realized that I was writing everybody's name in the group, and in my head I had to like just put my pen down, like, you know what, the whole team. There's no point writing all, all their names, because everyone was a fantastic presenter within the team, right? Although now I think I'm not going to write any more names because I already have literally everyone's name written. So well done, guys. It shows how good you guys were with your presentation. Again, I will just emphasize on some of the slides, just some of them could be less, a little bit less. Some were really good, but some of them could be less. Well done. Okay, so quickly, we are almost getting there. Team Iconic. This is a team that was not too satisfied with their marks from last week. So they're having a great comeback this week. So you guys want to watch out for them. And let's see how well their comeback would be. Team Iconic, are you ready for us?
Yes, we are ready.
Well done. All right.
Yeah, I'll be sharing my screen. Please kindly confirm if my
Yes,
screen is
your screen is up.
so, and quickly, I would like to conduct a quick roll call. Imisi, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Mojisola, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And then Peace, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so Peace, on your mark.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. The world is ever changing, and as the tides of cultures, technologies, and our personal lives shift and evolve, so too must we. This is the central message of the timeless and thought-provoking book, Who Moved My Cheese? Through a captivating story and its memorable characters, the author, Dr. Spencer Johnson, illustrates the importance of adapting to change and embracing the uncertainty of life. Good day, everyone, and welcome to Team Iconic's discussion of this thought-provoking tale. Like a crew of cheese chasing mice, Team Iconic, consisting of Peace Akoni, Abdulwahab Lukman, Peace Shobiye, and Mojisola Abiodun, we will venture into the literal maze of Who Moved My Cheese, searching for the crumbs of wisdom he taught. As we delve into the book's theme, we invite you to join us on the journey of self-discovery and adaptation, much like the characters in the story. Together, we will navigate the maze of change and uncover the valuable insights with you. The story takes place in a maze where we have four characters, two mice named Sniff and Scurry, and two little people named Hem and Har. Just like the sweet savour from the taste of cheese, the cheese in the book represents the things we want and desire in life. The maze also represents the paths we tread for the search of such fulfillment. The book is divided into three insightful sections. The first is a gathering, which consists of a group of former classmates gathered at a reunion to discuss the changes in their lives. The next is the core of the book, the story section, where the characters search for cheese in the maze. And the last one is the discussion section, which involves a discussion among people about what the story means to them and how they plan to apply its lessons in their life. To add to this conversation, I would like to welcome Imisi, Who will delve further into the story setting and the journey of the four characters? Imisi, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to begin with the narrator's experience from page 6 of the digital book. In his words, "I used to be afraid of change," was a statement made while narrating that the story changed how he looked at change. Many of us, like the narrator, are afraid to change, and we become angry with ourselves after realizing how obviously simple and inevitable it is to adapt to this change. The story, featuring four imaginary characters, represents different parts of ourselves when faced with change. Let's look into this book, one page at a time, beginning with the character's personality. Paul is someone who learns to adapt in time when he sees changing can lead to something better, while Hem denies and resists change as he feels it will lead to something worse. There is Sniff of the two mice, who sniffs out change early, and finally Scurry, the second mice, hurries into action. Moving on to how our mindset matters, we see how the approach of these characters determined their success. The mice, Sniff and Scurry, demonstrate a simple, adaptable mindset using trial and error to find cheese. As they focus on finding new cheese when the old supply runs out, they collaborate and support each other. How? Well, Sniff used his ability to sniff cheese to complement Scurry's quickness to finding this cheese. In contrast, the little people, Hem and Haw, were more complex, analytical, and resistant to change. They responded slowly, being subjective. They used their beliefs and emotions to guide their actions. They blamed others and were unsupportive and argumentative. Unlike the mice, Hem's resistance hindered Haw's decisions to finally change. The next page reveals how our habits and routines impact results. The behavior of the little people was marked by complacency and arrogance. As their initial morning routine of finding cheese was not maintained, they began to wake up late, dress slowly, walk to cheese station C, expecting to find cheese without effort. Whereas Sniff and Scurry were consistent, maintaining the daily routine of waking early, putting on running shoes, and running to cheese station C. They inspected the areas for change, they ate their cheese, and also they prepared for the next day. At the end, the mice thrive, finding new cheese and adapting quickly, while the little people struggled and their progress was delayed. As eventually, when Haw realized the need for change and began to move forward, Hem continued to resist. Moving on, I would like to welcome Abdulwahab as he takes us into the principles learnt in this book. You're welcome.
Thank you, Imisi. Now, let's start by exploring the journey of Hem and Haw, the little people in the book Who Moved My Cheese. First, there is Haw. Haw was initially resistant to change. He was also afraid and hesitant to leave his comfort zone. But over time, Haw began to realize that the world around him had changed, and if he didn't adapt, he would be left behind. Haw's journey is one of transformation, from fear to acceptance. He learned that embracing change could lead to new and better opportunities, and that the fear of change is often worse than the change itself. On the other hand, we have Hem. Hem represents the part of us that is afraid of change. When the cheese, which is the symbol of success and comfort, was moved, Hem refused to accept this new reality. He was stuck in his old ways, clinging to the belief that things should stay the same. His fear of the unknown kept him trapped, and as a result, he missed out on new opportunities. Now, the key lesson here is the importance of recognizing and overcoming our fears. Like Haw, we need to understand that change is a natural part of life. By embracing it rather than resisting it, we open ourselves up to growth and new possibilities. Moving on, let's look at the other two characters in the story, Sniff and Scurry, the mice who creatively handled change quite differently from Hem and Haw. Sniff was always on the lookout for changes in the environment. He stayed aware of his surroundings and noticed early on when the cheese supply was dwindling. Sniff represents the importance of awareness, that is, being mindful of the changes happening around us so we can prepare for what's coming. By staying alert and observant, Steve was able to adapt quickly and avoid getting stuck when the cheese was moved. Next, we have Scotty. Scotty was quickly to act when the cheese was no longer where it used to be. He didn't overthink the situation, he didn't hesitate. He simply just put on his running shoes and started searching for new cheese. Scotty's approach highlights the value of being proactive and taking immediate action when faced with change. Instead of wasting time worrying or analyzing, Scotty showed that sometimes the best response is simply to get moving. Now, the key lesson from Sniff and Scotty is clear. By staying aware of changes and acting quickly, we can navigate changes even more effectively. Their ability to embrace change without hesitation helped them find new opportunities while others were still stuck in one place. Now, beyond the maze, lessons learned from the four characters can be summarized up in four key lessons. First, we have awareness. Smith exemplified this concept by constantly monitoring his environment. Awareness means staying attuned to the changes happening around us, so we are not caught off guard. By being vigilant, we can anticipate change and prepare ourselves to respond effectively. Next, we have change. The entire story of the book, Who Moved My Cheese, revolves around this inevitable reality. Change is a constant in life, whether we like it or not. The key is in understanding that change isn't something to fear. Rather, it is an opportunity for growth. All four characters, in their own ways, learned these lessons. But those who embraced change early, that is, Snip and Scotty, benefited the most. Adaptability is another crucial concept. Scotty's quick action showed the importance of being flexible and ready to adjust to new circumstances. When we are adaptable, we are not paralyzed by change. Instead, we find ways to move forward, just as Hall eventually did when he decided to search for new cheese. Finally, there is resilience. Resilience is the ability to keep going even when things get tough. It is what allowed Hall to overcome his fears and push through the uncertainty. Resilience is about bouncing back from setbacks and maintaining the drive to seek out even new opportunities, no matter the obstacles. Now, summarizing, by cultivating awareness, embracing change, being adaptable, and building resilience, we can not only survive change, but rather we will thrive in it. Now, having explored the lessons learned from the four characters, I would like to pass over to Mojusola, who is going to walk us through how these lessons are applicable in the real world. Mojusola, you are welcome.
As we dive into the real world application, let's start with a quote from Stephen Hawking, which he said, and I quote, "Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change." This sets the stage for how we can use the book lessons in our everyday lives. First, recognize and embrace change. Change often starts with subtle signs. Think about Blockbuster in the 1990s, once a giant of video rentals, but they missed the shift towards streaming services like Netflix. And by the time they realize it, oh, it was too late. The lesson here is that you should not get too comfortable where you are. Stay alert to the changes around you, whether it's in your career, relationships, or even within yourself. Recognizing change early on is key. But beyond recognition, it is also about making a shift in your mindset. When you view change as an opportunity rather than a threat, you open yourself up to new possibilities and growth. Dr. Spencer Johnson, the author, put it best: if you don't change, you can become extinct. I'm sure no one wants to become extinct like the dinosaurs. Let us stay on our toes to recognize and embrace change. Another lesson from the book is to adapt quickly to new situations. Tony Robbins gives us a powerful reminder where he said, "Stay committed to your decisions, but stay flexible in your approach." Look at how restaurants adapted during the COVID-19 pandemic when dining services shut down as a result of the lockdown. They didn't resist this change. Instead, they quickly pivoted to takeout and delivery. The quicker you adapt, the faster you can seize new opportunities. This doesn't just require flexibility, it also demands confidence and resilience. By believing in your ability to navigate new challenges, you build the inner strength needed to thrive in an unfamiliar territory. Stepping out of your comfort zone and explore the new cheese that is out there waiting for you. Finally, monitor and enjoy cheese.
Charles Darwin famously said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." This speaks to the importance of staying alert and being ready to move when change comes. But beyond just surviving change, let's talk about enjoying it. Imagine viewing change as a path to new adventures rather than something to fear. Take Stella, a financial analyst who saw AI transforming our industry. Instead of resisting, she embraced it by learning new skills, which ultimately led her to becoming a leader in her field. It is all about the choices we make. To approach change with curiosity and optimism, you transform it from a challenge into an exciting opportunity. As we have seen, applying the lessons from Who Moved My Cheese can transform how we handle change in our lives. To bring everything together and share the key takeaways, I will now hand over to Peace for the conclusion and for a final review of the book. Welcome, Peace.
Thank you, Mojisola. To conclude, here are a few practical tips for dealing with change. Firstly, embrace the idea of no cheese. You have to accept that change is inevitable and that sometimes you may lose something important to you. However, like Sniff and Scurry, see it as an opportunity to find something new and better. Secondly, learn from your experiences. Em and Hall both struggled with change in the beginning. Use their experiences as their lesson and reflect on your own experiences with change so you can make better decisions. Thirdly, you have to be flexible in your thinking and habits. Instead of clinging to old habits and patterns like Hall, learn to be more flexible. This will help you to adapt to change more easily. Be proactive in seeking out change. You can stay ahead of the curve like Sniff, who was always on the lookout, anticipating change and preparing for it. And finally, you have to enjoy the adventure of finding new and better cheese. Find joy in the process of adapting to change, just like Hall, who journeyed on, reflecting on the process and making memories. Indeed, the outcomes of change can vary widely. For some, staying with the old ways can prove beneficial, while for others, this can lead to missed opportunities and regrets, as in the case of Hall. The key takeaway is that change is uncertain and there is no size-fits-all approach. Being open to change while being strategic and flexible is essential. And as you ponder the characters from Who Moved My Cheese, reflect on which one best represents you and consider how you can improve your approach to change. Finally, before we let you go, we would love you to meet Dr. Spencer Johnson, the author of Who Moved My Cheese. He is a renowned expert on human behavior and human mind. Despite starting in medicine, his insatiable curiosity led him to explore psychology and even writing, demonstrating that change is often a necessary and rewarding part of our life. This indeed is the best book ever read. And before we bid you farewell, let us revisit the words of Ken Blanchard. Move with the cheese. Thank you for listening. We are Team Iconic.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your analysis, your review around the book with us. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Mentor Lukman, do you have any feedback for the team? Okay. Are you there? All right, I'll just call on Dr. Yusuf. Can you give the team some feedback, please?
Yes, thank you very much. It was a really good presentation. A great, good confidence, great presenters again. I don't know what's happening this week, but it seems like all the teams are like, we don't go green. Man, everyone from the beginning, all the teams, they brought their A game to this phase. I'm really proud of everyone. slides really good. It's like I'm reading a book, but a simplified version of the book. It's one of the best I've seen. So you also analyzed the book really well, and you were able to bring out the lessons from it. So it's a really good one. I really enjoyed it, and you engaged me from the beginning to the end. So well done, Tim.
Well done, well done. I think the only thing I have to say, the only weakness that I found within it is I would have really loved some personal life experiences, also personal life choices that you guys have probably encountered in life to kind of like bring it to life. I know that you guys reflected on some daily choices that we make, and which was quite generic, but I would have loved you to drive it home a little bit more using your own personal experiences to you know to to call on the sympathy of your audience, because when you do that, there's just this soft part of your audience that you get to call on. It could be your life choices within in your school or something. I think someone made reference to that at some point, but it would have been really nice if this was done more. Thank you very much. I really liked it. I loved it. Imisi Oluwa, well done. Like, you are a star. You presented really well. Well done. Well done. The entire team, good job. Kudos to you guys. And I feel like you guys, you did good. You did great. Like I said in the chat, this is the best version of this review for this book that I have seen. Every year of the Daytopia competition, someone would review Who Moved My Cheese, but they've not done it. They've never done it as well as you guys have done it. So well done, good job. Yeah. Oh, Mentor Paul, you have a feedback for the team.
Yes, I have a very brief feedback.
Yeah.
I wanted to overlook it, but I was just probably it
Yes.
actually helped the theme, like going forward. Yeah, well, like you said, let me just emphasize on what you said. I think I was around last year when this was presented, and
Yes.
honestly, you guys nailed it. This is wonderful. I love it. Thank you. You guys did a good job. So I don't know. There was one part of the slide, so where you guys were analyzing the personalities. So I think there was a mistake with the names. I don't know if any of you noticed it.
Mm.
Yeah. Go. I think page. Go forward, please. Page 5. Go forward. Okay, go forward again. Probably. Go forward. Go forward again. Oh, I guess I was the one that actually missed the top 10. So I thought I saw something, but I'm not sure I can see it. Sorry about that, but in general, it was a good presentation. Well done.
Yeah, well done. I think the
Yeah.
only part that I thought I heard was the part where they were reflecting on the choices, that last part. But it was the way the Imisi used her words. So it was a little bit confusing the way she used her words. But at the end of the day, I think I kind of like thought about it the second time. Then it became clearer. Yeah, thank you very much, Mentopo. All right, you can stop sharing your slides now. So we've got another team. Wonderful team, great minds, just as their name depicts. They've been doing wonders. These are team of mind-blowing achievers that have brought themselves together. So great minds, are you ready for us? And
Yes,
great,
we are.
Yes, we are.
yeah, well done. And great minds will be presenting on why you act the way you do. So this is a book by Tim, and this group have decided to give us a fantastic exploration around this book. Why are you guys, Giwa? Why are you smiling? What's that chuckle for? What's it for? I'm counting. You see the kind of big introduction I gave you guys. You should do big things here and great things.
Hopefully,
Yeah, we're going to.
hopefully.
Oh, you guys are great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going
Okay,
to share
so
my
can we start
slide,
now?
my screen
Yes,
rather.
yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can you confirm if you can see my screen? Thank you.
Yes, we can see it.
All right, so
Okay,
good day,
so I
everyone.
think we're all ready.
So, yeah, so I can start now. Yeah. Good day,
You can start.
everyone. So good day, everyone. Today, we are going to present to you the review of an insightful and educative book called Why You Act the Way You Do, written by Tim Lahai. The book helps us analyze our strengths and weaknesses, discover how we can use our God-given gifts, improve our relationship with others, and how we can get ahead in our career. My name is Ojulari Bilkisu, and with me on the call for the presentation is Selban Doinsola Giwa, Osuji Chioma Goodness, and Munir Yakub. Personally, the book has helped me build my relationship with people, such that when I see someone behave in some kind of way, I kind of reflect back to some of the phrases and context of the book. And we also hope that by the end of this presentation, everyone would have something meaningful to hold on to pertaining the book. The book is divided into 6 parts with 16 chapters in total, and each chapter gives an in-depth analysis of human behavior. Basically, the book tells us about temperament, how we can identify what temperament we are, and how this temperament affects our careers, our emotions, and our lives in general. So, what exactly is this temperament? Temperaments are basically our natural tendency or personality traits that influences how we react to different situations, interact with others, and how we make decisions. This temperament influences everything we do, from our study habits to the way we eat and to the way we get along with people. It basically influences our lives in general. So there are 4 temperaments. They are the sanguine, melancholy, phlegmatic, and choleric. And each of these temperaments has its own unique characteristics and traits. Now, the overview of the 4 temperaments. People with a sanguine temperament are lively, social, and enthusiastic. They enjoy being around others, they are outgoing, and have a lot of energy. They are optimistic, friendly, and can easily connect with people. However, they may struggle with focus, self-discipline, and organization, and this makes it hard for them to stick to long-term goals. People with a melancholy temperament are introspective, detail-oriented, and strive for perfection. They are creative, intellectual, and caring, but they tend to overthink and worry. They aim for excellence, which can lead to self-criticism and disappointment. They may also struggle with sadness or depression when things don't go as planned, but they are loyal, dependable, and empathetic in relationships. Individuals with phlegmatic temperaments are calm, relaxed, and easygoing. They value peace and avoid conflict. And they are good at maintaining stability in their personal and professional lives. They are patient, reliable, and good listeners. However, they may have trouble with motivation, decision making, and comforting issue. They often put others' needs before their own, and this can make them egoistic, leading to unresolved problems. Choleric individuals are driven, ambitious, and natural leaders. They are goal-oriented, decisive, and excel in challenging situations. They have good problem-solving skills and can inspire others. However, they can be domineering, impatient, and too focused on results, sometimes ignoring the feelings of others and causing conflicts. The second part of the book talks about how we as an individual can identify what temperament we are. The writer identified a mix of 12 different temperaments, resulting in different blends of temperaments with their own unique qualities. But I'm only going to focus on a few as regards this presentation. For example, someone might have a blend of sanguine and choleric, which makes that person a sanclo, making them outgoing and assertive. They may be energetic and social, but struggle with focusing on long-term projects. Someone could also be a blend of melancholy and phlegmatic, which makes that person a male phleg. These individuals are known for being very intelligent and skilled in areas like spelling and mathematics. They are introverted, but despite being introverted, they are usually friendly and get along well with others. Although they are more prone to feeling fear, anxiety, and having a negative view of themselves, and they often struggle with low self-esteem. A person could also be a blend of sanguine and phlegmatic, choleric and sanguine, choleric and melancholic, among others. So identifying our temperament blend can help us understand why we behave in certain ways and how we can interact with others, and also how we can work on improving our weaknesses and building our strengths. So I'll have Monique walk us through these temperaments and how they affect our vocation and our career.
Temperament and our vocation. Next to lack of unemployment, the worst thing that can happen to a person is to have the wrong job. It is incredible how many people despise their work. No wonder it becomes such chore to them. And as technology advances, increasing number of people discover that they are a weak match for the vocation in which they find themselves. This is particularly true of the unskilled or those whose area of skills are out of existence. One of the ways to avoid vocational frustration is to know your temperament and its natural vocational possibilities. Then find a work or profession that allows you to express your natural temperament or characteristics. For instance, a choleric, known for their leadership and drive, might excel in high-stake management roles where quick decision-making and goal-oriented strategies are required. In contrast, a melancholy, with their detail-oriented and analytical nature, may find satisfaction in roles that involve research, analysis, or meticulous planning. Understanding your primary temperament and its vocational aptitudes helps in selecting a career path that aligns with your natural abilities. A sanguine person who thrives or who thrives in social and dynamic environments may be drawn to roles in sales, entertainment, or public relations, where their outgoing personality and enthusiasm can be fully utilized. Conversely, a phlegmatic person with their calm and dependable nature might excel in supportive roles such as administration, counseling, or any position requiring patience and reliability. Tim Lahai also discussed how different temperaments interact with the workplace and how these interactions can affect job performance and satisfaction. For example, a team composed of diverse temperaments can benefit from varied perspective and skills, leading to a more balanced and effective work environment. Sanguine brings creativity and energy. A choleric person drives result and leadership. A melancholic person offers precision and problem-solving ability, and a phlegmatic person contributes stability and support. This session provides practical advice on how to leverage your temperament to enhance career development. For instance, individuals who seek roles that complement their natural strengths and work on improving areas where their temperament may pose challenges. A career person might focus on developing empathy and teamwork skills, while a melancholy could work on increasing their adaptability and openness to change. Jobs suitable for the four temperaments include a sanguine, could be a marketing manager, or could work in a customer service department. A melancholic could be a teacher or could be a digital marketer. A choleric person could be an attorney, an entrepreneur, or a project manager. A phlegmatic person could be a public relation officer or a psychiatrist. Temperaments and your emotion.
On the temperament and your emotions, I'll be focusing on how to deal with fear and anger. Tim Lahi explained in this part emotional response and their coping strategies. Everyone has had the experience of letting their emotion impel their judgment. I'm sure you've often asked yourself these questions like, why did I buy these clothes, dress, or car? You knew better, but you did it. You made an emotional decision. Some people's mind are totally dominated by their emotions, asking questions like, why did I marry him? We had nothing in common. Now we can see that all emotionally made decisions are bad decisions. The good life is one in which your mind controls your emotion, never vice versa. This section provides insight into how understanding your temperament can help manage emotions such as anger and fear. According to Tim Lai, fear was the first emotion to surface in the Bible after the fall. Giving a biblical instance, Adam. When Adam said, I was afraid because he disobeyed God in the Garden of Eden. And anger caused the first family quarrel, which resulted to the murder, as you may recall, when Cain in the Bible became wroth at his brother Abel and killed him. Everyone will face fear for the first time he or she does anything dangerous in life. Everyone is nervous or afraid when facing a trauma of driving a car, motorcycle, or airplane. That's normal fear. But those that let their fear inhibit them from attempting whatever they would like to do or should do has crossed the line from normal fear to destructive fear. However, after acknowledging that everyone is experiencing fear, worry, and anxiety, it should be pointed out that some people has a greater problem with it than others. The melancholic and the phlegmatic has fear tendency, while the sanguine and the choleric has anger tendency. The fear of a melancholic individual
is more intensive and have a more inhibiting influence on such individual. A phlegmatic person let fear inhibit their activities but don't get upset over the incident. A phlegmatic person is extremely security conscious. For instance, if a job opportunity comes up offering a choice between IP and security, a phlegmatic person will choose security while a melancholic hardly can make a decision. The major difference between a phlegmatic person and a melancholic individual is that a melancholic is reflective, prone to anxiety, while a phlegmatic fellow is calm and can suppress emotions. Like I said earlier, melancholic and phlegmatic has fear tendency, while a choleric and sanguine has anger tendency. A sanguine anger is rare and they choose to blame themselves rather than blame others. A sanguine fellow can be running late for a movie and get stuck in a traffic. He or she laughs and joke about the situation, making light of their frustration. But a choleric person, on the other hand, if gets stuck in a traffic, a choleric person is visibly agitated, honking their horn and expressing frustration to everyone who is listening. The major difference between a sanguine individual and a choleric one is that sanguine fellow tends to express their anger openly in a sarcastic way, but a choleric person experiences anger more frequently and greater intensity. From this, what do you think is your temperament? Now let's look at their coping strategy. Team Lai provide practical advice on how each temperament can manage their emotions effectively. For an individual with sanguine temperament, he or she should redirect their energy into something positive, engaging in activities that uplift their spirit. While a melancholic temperament, he or she should learn to seek support from others and learn to forgive. Then an individual with choleric temperament should practice empathy and try to see things from other perspective. While a phlegmatic individual should learn to express emotions and address issues directly. Understanding your temperament can lead to a better emotional regulation and improved relationship. Now let's find out on our temperament in love and marriage. Jiwa.
Thank you very much. So, part 5 discusses temperament in love and marriage. This section focuses on how different temperaments interact within the context of love and marriage, and how recognizing and addressing these differences can lead to more fulfilling and harmonious relationships. So, have you ever heard of the saying opposites attract? Well, I can definitely assure you that opposite does attract. So, Tim discusses this concept in relation to temperament, explaining how individuals with different temperaments are often drawn to each other. For example, someone who is outgoing and spontaneous might be attracted to someone else who is more introspective and meticulous. So while these differences can create excitement and balance in a relationship, they can also lead to misunderstandings if not properly managed. So each temperament brings something unique and different to a relationship. So let's dive into the temperament proper. The sanguine individual are the life of the party. They bring energy and fun. However, they might need to work on being more consistent and reliable. On the other hand, you have the melancholic. They contribute deep thoughts and emotional depth, but they can also, sometimes overthink and they need to guard against pessimism. Then we have the cholerics. These are the natural leaders and the go-getters in a relationship. They drive things forward, but must be cautious of being overly dominant or impatient. Then finally, we have the phlegmatics. The phlegmatics are the peacemakers. They provide stability and calm in a relationship. So while they excel at maintaining harmony, they might need to be more proactive and address issues head-on rather than avoiding conflict. So if you ever find yourself, meandering with an issue like myself in a relationship, then you're most likely a phlegmatic person. So the question is how. So Tim asks the question: how can couples navigate these differences? Well, Tim suggests that the key lies in understanding and appreciating each other's temperament traits. Effective communication is crucial as it allows partners to express their needs and concerns clearly. Tim also discusses how temperament affects sexual intimacy and compatibility. Each temperament has different needs and preferences when it comes to intimacy, and recognizing this can help partners better understand each other's desires and boundaries. So, for instance, a sanguine might seek frequent physical attraction and novelty, while a melancholic person might value emotional connection and meaningful communication. So, being aware of these differences allows for a more satisfying and respectful intimate relationship. In summary, understanding temperament in the context of love and marriage helps couples to balance their differences and celebrate their strengths. Then we go to the part 6, the final part of the book, temperament and your spiritual life. Now let's shift our focus to how temperament influences our spiritual lives. This section explains the relationship between temperament and spirituality, including how different temperaments engage with their faith and their spiritual practices, and how they can utilize their strength to deepen their spiritual journey. Tim offers deep insight into how each temperament engages with faith and spirituality differently. Beginning with the sanguine, with their sociable and enthusiastic nature, they often find joy in communal worship. They thrive in group activities and enjoy sharing their faith with others. So they may be drawn to excessive and lively form of worship and find fulfillment in sharing their faith with others. However, they are challenged with discipline and consistent personal spiritual practice. So their spontaneity can sometimes lead to a lack of routine, which is why whenever we find ourselves, in religious gatherings, you see some people who are more lively amongst us, that may be more energetic amongst us. Those kind of people are what we call the sanguine individuals. Then on the other hand, we have the cholerics. They approach spirituality with determination and purpose. They are natural leaders, often taking charge in religious activities. But their challenge is to balance their assertiveness with humility, ensuring that their leadership is compassionate. We have the cholerics as well. The cholerics are with their introspective and analytical nature. They engage deeply with spiritual matters. They find meaning in studying religious texts and doctrines. However, they also need to be mindful of self-criticism and discouragement, which can affect their spiritual well-being. Then the phlegmatics, finally, they are known for their calm and easygoing disposition. They seek peace and stability in their spiritual life. So their challenge is to step out of their comfort zone and engage more actively in their faith and exploring new dimensions of their spiritual journey. Then Tim also highlights that each temperament has unique special gifts that can be used to serve others, whether it is the sanguine's energy in outreach, the choleric's leadership, the melancholic's deep study, or the phlegmatic's caregiving. Understanding and utilizing these gifts can enrich both personal faith and the spiritual community. So finally, understanding your temperament within the context of spirituality allows you to align your spiritual practices with your natural tendencies. This does not only deepen your faith, but also helps you serve others more effectively within your community and your surroundings. So, in conclusion, each part of Team Lahai's Why You Act the Way You Do is designed to help readers understand how each temperament affects every aspect of their life, from their relationships to their career choices to their marriage and their spirituality. Team provides practical advice for navigating the strengths and weaknesses of each temperament, ultimately offering a roadmap for personal growth, emotional health, and spiritual fulfillment. So I'm going to leave you with the thought of, if you ever find yourself struggling with anything, ask yourself, what temperament am I? And when you find that answer, try to adopt other temperaments to help solve that issue. So if you've never read this book, I implore you to please pick it up and understand the reason why you act the way you do. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much. You used exactly 15 minutes. I was just typing time up when I had them. Thank you very much. So well done, Tim.
Yes,
Um,
sir.
First of all, you picked a really good book and you analyze it really well. In fact, I've not read the book, but it feels like I know a lot about the book now. Well done to you guys. Just quickly, I'll call on a mentor to just give you a response. So, Mentor Blessing, what do you think?
All right, thank you, Dr. Yusuf. So, first of all, this was a very good book review. I learned a lot. I feel like picking up the book again because I remember reading it when I was back doing my first degree. So that's been years. I think I'm going to read it again. Thank you for this presentation, for this book review. First, you went through the book. You told us what the structure was, the chapters, so it was easy to follow. And then when you talked about, I think one of the presenters actually told us his temperament, so that was relatable. So that and I think from this presentation, I have an idea what my temperament is. And I think everyone on this call also has an idea of what their temperament, as it were. And I think what their temperament is, mine has evolved over time. I started out with a melancholic temperament and then it changed entirely. So I think we need to maybe there'll be another discussion on that why temperaments change, as you grow. But I mean, for the presentation, this was a good one. Feedback, improvement points, I think the slides can be more they can be more colorful or It was colorful. I think you can tweak the slides a bit, maybe less words, more images, but overall it was a good presentation. Well done, well done to the team. It was well explained. The book was well dissected. I feel like reading it again. So good book review. Congratulations, team Great Minds, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very
man.
much.
Blessing. No better person to give you feedback than someone that has written many books. So
Thank
she knows her stuff. So just by the way, make sure you Google her name to check all our books and make sure that you read our books. They are really good. So one thing I wanted to add, I think Mentor Blessing already said it, is that I would have loved to see criticism about the book. So you guys explained the book really well. I think one criticism already that I think Mentor Blessing highlighted is that the book, even though the book said, okay, temperaments within those four categories, I feel criticism is that there might be some combined ones or some that they move from one category to the other based on their stages in life. And Dr. Ejumoke also pointed out that sometimes he wakes up as melancholy, sometimes sanguine, and that's something that the book didn't really talk about. So it would have been nice to see that criticism in the book, because reviewing a book is all about, okay, let me think about what they've said about the book. It's not just accepting what they've said, but also critical analysis about it. Okay, yes, I can relate to it, but how about this perspective as well, right? Thinking outside the box rather than just what within the confines of the book that you're reviewing. So that's something I would have loved to see. Also, some slides were not referenced. So, although you mentioned the page numbers while you are presenting, but you didn't put them on the slide. And one thing with this team is your slides. You guys need to try as much as possible to work on your slides as much as you can, so that it would be more engaging. But besides that, well done, team. Good presentation. Okay, is the next team ready? Team Essence, are you guys ready?
Yes, we are.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you guys can present. Can you share your slides now? You're welcome. Well done, Chema, as well, for responding to all the questions in the chat box. Okay.
Can you guys see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, just
Let's make it full screen.
that's it. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Essence is here to share a book that has not only had a profound impact on our personal lives, but also the best book we've read, Atomic Habits by James Clear. Meet my teammates. Together, we'll be guiding you through the key concepts of atomic habits and showing how small changes can lead to remarkable transformations. In the introductory part of Atomic Habits, pages 10 to 24, James Clear talks about his journey to writing Atomic Habits. It began with a traumatic event. He sustained a severe cranial injury while playing baseball. This injury forced him to confront the power of small, consistent actions, the very essence of habits. He realized that significant change doesn't always come from dramatic shifts or grand gestures. Instead, it often emerges from the daily choices we make, the tiny improvements we commit to over time. Imagine improving by just 1% each day. It might not seem like much initially, but when compounded over weeks, months, and years, it leads to remarkable progress. On the other hand, small negative habits, if left unchecked, can accumulate into significant setbacks. James emphasizes that our habits define us, they shape our identity, and to create lasting change, we need to focus on building identity-based habits. It's not just about setting goals, it's about designing effective systems that align with who we want to become. So whatever you are recovering from, whether it's an injury, striving for personal growth, or simply aiming to improve, remember James Clear's words. Consistent small steps matter. Your habits are the path to success. Just as atoms form the foundation of our physical world, habits form the foundation of our lives. James quoted the entrepreneur Naval Ravikant. To write a great book, you must first become the book. He originally learned from these ideas mentioned there because he had to live by them. Small habits helped him fulfill his potential. And since you are listening to our presentation right now, I'm guessing you'd like to learn how to fulfill yours as well. Do you know how habits are formed? Do you know how you began to fill yourself with so much negativity? Do you know how you began to spend so much time on your phone? Chioma, can you tell us how habits are formed?
Thank you for that question, Olushola. James Clear, in his book, gave a scientific explanation to how habits are formed. The process of habit formation typically occurs in our brain, and this is in 4 stages, from the cue to craving, response, and then reward. The cue is the first stage, which requires our brain to start a behavior. For instance, a cue could be the sweet, savory smell or aroma that comes from a donut shop. Next is the craving, which is the desire or motivation behind the habit. Once the sweet aroma from the donut shop hits you, you immediately desire to taste the donut, and then we say, I'm craving donuts. Another is the response stage, which is the action you take in response to the craving. With this, you walk into the donut shop and request to buy a donut for yourself. And finally, the reward stage, which is the outcome that satisfies your craving. You eat the donut and you are rewarded by the satisfying feeling that comes with it. I'm sure some persons are already craving milky donuts. Daytopia team, please do something about this. Now, the author explained that without the first 3 steps, a behavior will not occur. That is, if there is no cue, there won't be a craving or a response. And without all 4 of these steps, a behavior will not be repeated. The habit is actually formed when you find yourself always stopping by a donut shop to buy some for yourself. Even without we noticing it, our brain goes through these 4 stages continuously until a new habit is formed. So what habit will you be forming today? A good habit or a bad one?
By understanding this, we can intentionally build habits that lead to lasting personal growth. Also, don't you think it's ironic how we often desire change, but avoid the very actions that lead to it? Similarly, can you tell us what James said about behavior change?
Thank you, Oluwachola. The 4 stages of cue, craving, response, and reward influence almost everything we do. So use these stages to build good habits and break the bad ones. James Clear introduced the 4 laws of behavior change. The first law is make it obvious. Our brains quickly pick up on cues that predict certain outcomes, often without us realizing it. For example, seeing food on the kitchen counter triggers the habit of eating. To change our behavior, the first step we need to do is to become aware of these cues. Moving on, make it attractive. We are more likely to engage in a behavior if it is appealing. One way to do this is through temptation bonding. When you pair something you need to do with something you want to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to get a pedicure while catching up on overdoing it makes tasks more enjoyable. Make it easy. The easier a habit is, to do, the more likely is it to occur. Habits like checking your phone are so ingrained because they require little effort. By making good habits more convenient, like placing your running shoes by the door, you are more likely to follow through. The last but not the least, make it satisfying. We repeat behaviors that bring us satisfaction. Early chewing gums were bland until Wiggly added flavors like spearmint, making the experience enjoyable and worth repeating. The first 3 laws of behavior change: make it obvious, make it attractive, and make it easy. Increase the odds that a behavior will be performed this time. While the 4th law of behavior change, make it satisfying, increases the odds that a behavior will be repeated this time.
The process of building habits begins with trial and error. How do we build good habits? Start small. Apply the 2 minutes rule. The idea is to break down habits into the smallest possible actions, making them so easy that it's almost impossible to say no to doing them. For example, you can say you want to read 2 minutes a day, or you want to exercise 2 minutes a day. James said, improving by 1% isn't particularly notable. Sometimes it isn't even noticeable, but it can be far more meaningful, especially in the long run. You find this in page 34. Be consistent. Incremental improvements will definitely lead to significant results over time. For example, if you want to build a reading habit, commit to reading 1 chapter per day to build a reading habit. It could be 1 page, it could be 1 paragraph. But start, be true to yourself, and before you know it, you'll be finishing a book in a day or two. So, Daytopians, what's going to be your daily reading habit? I hope it's not watching Netflix. According to James Clear, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your system. You find this in page 52. Focus on creating effective systems rather than just setting goals. Raise your hand if you set a New Year's resolution and you forgot about it by February. Instead of aiming to read the whole syllabus, establish a daily reading routine. Plan specific actions. For example, after breakfast, I will read, or after lunch, I will exercise for 5 minutes. Use visual cues to track your progress. Set reminders. You can use alarms, videos, or sticky notes. Celebrate milestones. Acknowledge small wins. For example, completing a week of consistent exercise, finishing a book, or 1 year anniversary of quitting smoking. These ideas can be applied to our business and even parenting. Good and bad habits are two sides of the same coin. Flip it and it's the other way around. Talking about bad habits, if I know it's bad for me, why do I keep doing it? Shoma, how do we break bad habits?
Thank you for that question, Shola. I once had the habit of spending so much time on my phone without being productive. But after reading this book, I found out a way to break this bad habit. According to a statistics from Common Sense Media, teenagers spend an average of 7 hours and 22 minutes on their screen per day. For some other people, their bad habits may be procrastination, overeating, or even oversleeping. Well, thankfully, the author recommended ways to break these bad habits. Remember the 4 laws of behavioral change we initially spoke about, which is make it obvious, make it easy, make it attractive, and make it satisfying. Well, James Clear recommended that we can convert these laws to learn exactly how to break bad habits and transform them into better ones. First recommendation is make it invisible. This means reducing exposure to the cue or activity that causes the bad habit. So if you're like me that wants to break the bad habit of spending so much time on your phone, consider switching off your phone or turning it off or turning it on after you complete important tasks. Next is make it unattractive. We can do this by highlighting the disadvantage of having a bad habit and making it really ineffective. I constantly have to tell myself that spending too much time on my phone is a waste of time and is more bad than good. Next is make it difficult. This means that a person can increase the number of decisions needed to perform a bad habit. I have a friend who, whenever exams are approaching, usually uninstalls on WhatsApp and totally deletes it. When you think of the stress of downloading WhatsApp again, you'd consider reading your book as a better option. Finally, make it unsatisfying. The author explained that we can reduce the reward associated with the bad habit, or consider even eliminating the reward totally, like using a website blocker app, or one that forces you to wait 10 minutes before accessing social media. This is definitely unsatisfying and will make the bad habit of excessive phone checking fizzle away automatically. As in the context of this book, the author noted that by taking small intentional steps, they accumulate to create larger and more significant changes that can help us break bad habits and build healthier ones.
Do you feel your bad habits breaking already? A while back, around 2021, I used to shy away from social activities. Whenever I had to speak or present, I'd always tell people, I can't face the crowd. That was until I came across Atomic Habits. Now here I am, giving an online presentation. It's a small victory, but it's a huge leap from where I was before. All because I chose to take the first small step. Atomic Habits is a great book, but for me, it's more than just a book. It became a guide that gave me that extra push I needed. James Clear's Atomic Habits has gained widespread recognition and millions accolades since its release, like New York Times bestseller, Wall Street Journal bestseller, Amazon's Best Book of the Year. These awards and distinctions reflect the book's influence and popularity, particularly in the realms of personal development and productivity. However, despite the widespread success, Atomic Habits has also faced some critics. Shoma, what do you think was missing from the book?
After reading Atomic Habits by James Clear, my team and I observed some weaknesses. The book places too much blame on individuals for their habits, ignoring systemic factors like societal influence or lack of resources, and even discrimination in the environment, which makes it harder to change. We propose that the book could explore how societal power structures influence habits, as some people have more access to opportunities than others, making it really unfair to assume that everyone should have the same habits. In all, the book is seen as too focused on individual responsibility without really considering other socioeconomic factors that can influence an individual's behavior and overall habits.
In conclusion, small incremental changes can lead to significant improvement over time. By focusing on tiny, manageable habits, you build momentum that drives larger transformation in your life. Consistency and persistence are crucial for habit formation. Regularly practicing small habits, even when progress seems slow, ultimately leads to substantial and lasting change. In the grand theater of life, our habits are the lead actor. Our listener, transform who you are today through consistent and small actions.
We're challenging you to make a simple commitment right now. Think of one tiny habit and write it down. Something so small is almost trivial that you can start today. Build a good habit today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well done, guys. Well done. Additional, you didn't answer the question. You asked the question and you left it floating. You didn't answer. So why do people keep doing bad habits, knowing that this is a bad habit, and they just keep doing it?
Well, it has to do with the 4 stages of habit formation.
Mm.
I give the questions to Chioma. So the 4 stages of habit formation, the cue, craving, and response, is a continuous loop. It's
Right.
a continuous loop. Yes, it's a continuous loop, and it deals with both good and bad habits. So if you, in a way, the way it relates to good habits, if you flip it around, it relates to bad habits.
Right. Well done. Good job. Personally, I learned a lot from this, because I'm somebody that mine is quite funny, because my bad habit is sleeping. I love to sleep. I think that's the only habit that if you invite me to come and eat, I'd rather be in my house sleeping than to go to wherever you have invited me to come and go. And sleeping is not a bad habit, but even when you want to convince yourself that I'm not meant to be sleeping, just like, but it's not a good habit. It's not a bad habit now. It's good to sleep, and it forms a loop that you are just into. So yeah, I learned a lot from your presentation. I learned ways that which I can better manage my sleep, because my sleeping routine starts from, what, let me try and walk on the bed. When I just sit down on this bed, I will be able to do the work better. Before I know it, sleep has started. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mentor Lukman, are you there? Do you have any feedback for the team?
Yeah, I think it was a great presentation. Personally, I really learned a lot, and I like the way that they break down the contents of the book and explained and gave ways, solutions to the problems that are being highlighted. I think the only comment I have is still on the slides. The slides are actually simple, but I feel there's a better way to make the slides more attractive, and maybe um, more creative use of colors, and also a little bit of aesthetics, I think, will make sense. But overall, the presentation was great, and it served the purpose that it was meant to serve. Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
Yes. Well, Mentor Lukman already said almost everything, but I just enjoyed the fact that they picked a really good book, and the fact that they added very relatable personal experiences and examples. I that's my favorite part about the presentation. The WhatsApp, how you were able to curtail or manage yourself with too much screen time. It was very relatable, and you also used some research and some studies as well, which I felt it was really good. And I enjoyed the fact that at the end of it all, you gave criticism to the book, which is good. So I love to see critical reflection. Okay, this book said this, but what do we think about it? And that's where criticism emanates, which what is what I enjoyed about it. But the thing that I was just like, was the slides. It was just so I, for the lack of better word, it wasn't fine. It was kind of ugly to some part. I love the fact that it looked like a book, and you were able to flip. I even saw some nice but overall, what you the way you used it as a book was really good, but the way you were putting the images, and I'm like, you can do better. You can use AI images that will make it look beautiful.
Yeah.
The word, the size, the text size as well. Some were very big, some were small. No consistency with that. The colors, I'm like, come on, guys, you are in the third phase. You know, presenting this kind of really good. Your performance was really good. You did very well. It was like you just ignored that part. So for next time, just it's a bit of trying to get that balance, with a confident presentation, but also thinking, okay, our slides need to be very good. You're talking about breaking habits, and you're just using a picture of a broken glass. I'm like, no, you should be way better than this. So try as much as possible to work on your slides for next time. There are a lot of videos you can watch to improve your slides. Like I said, the book thing was really good. That flipping the pages like a book, it was really good. I loved it. I think even the end part, it folded like a rough paper or something. It was really good.
Yeah.
But it's just that the way you used the text, the images in the slides, I just did not really like it. But I liked every other part. Good research, confident presenters as well. Well done. I put some names down as well. So well done, team.
Well
Thank you,
done,
sir.
guys.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Thank you very much,
well
ma'am.
done, well done, well done. I like I said, I enjoyed it. And additional, well done, strong presenter. Chioma, good job. And there was someone else within the team. Yeah,
Similar.
yeah, Timileyin, well done, well done. Who was the fourth person? Oh, they are not here, right? All
No,
right. Well,
similar.
yeah, Shimilori. Yeah, well done to all the team. Good job. Yep. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Stick with us, yeah? And we still have fantastic presenters still coming your way, so you don't want to miss out on all the rest of the presentation. So coming up next is Team Innovationaries. I know Dr. Yusuf will be laughing with regards to this because I always call them innovationaries, but he has corrected me several times that is innovationaries. So Team Innovationaries, are you guys ready for us?
Yes, we are ready.
Well done, well done. All right. So once you guys are ready, I'll start your timer and you guys can start presenting.
Can you please help me with the slide, ma'am?
Okay. All right. Just a minute. All right. All right. Once you start speaking, I'll start your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're the Team Innovationaries. Once upon a time, two shoe salesmen were sent to a remote village to assess the market potential. After a few days, the first salesman sent a telegram back to the headquarters saying, "Situation hopeless. No one wears shoes here." The second salesman, however, saw the same situation and sent a different message. "Glorious opportunity. No one wears shoes here yet." This story captures the essence of the art of possibility, which is the book
we choose to review. The idea that our perspective shapes our reality, where one person sees a challenge and another sees an opportunity. The book encourages us to shift our mindset from scarcity and limitation to one of abundance and possibility. By choosing to see the world through this lens, new opportunities and potentials can emerge, just like the second salesman realization in the story. I am Adegoke Peace Ibidu. With me are my fellow teammates, of whom it is not in their perspective of impossibility. Deborah Sampson, Barnabas Oyelola, and our team lead, Tessy Zizu. The Art of Possibility offers a set of breakthrough practices for creativity in all human enterprise. This inspirational book is a synthesis of Rose Zender's knowledge of edge-cutting psychology and Benjamin Zender's experience as the conductor of an orchestra. Building on this idea, let's take note of the fact that it's all invented, as seen in chapter 1 of the book. As we see in page 21, 22, and 23 of the book, shows us an illustration of the 9 dots. Can you please raise your hand if you've seen the puzzle of the 9 dots? Hello, can you raise your hands if you've seen the puzzle of the 9 dots? Thank you. I remember when I was in secondary school, we were given the 9 dots puzzle to solve with an invented rule, which states connect all 9 dots without taking the pencil up. Connect all 9 dots with straight lines without taking the pencil up. But guess what? We ended up drawing a box, leaving the center dots out, which was obviously incorrect. Later, we were given an invented rule. Connect all 9 dots with 4 straight lines without lifting the pencil up and then thinking outside the box. With the additional rule, we were finally able to get the puzzle done. This tells us how the perception of world is shaped by our mental rules and maps we create. Now let's step into the universe of possibility. Hope you remember my first story of the 2 salesmen. Here's a story I would love to share. Presentations used to terrify me. I was certain I would mess up every time. I avoided anything that would require me to present my findings in front of others, including testimonies in church. In fact, I prayed for a class presentation to be cancelled last semester. And guess what? It was cancelled due to a strike. But when I saw the Daytopia flyer on WhatsApp, I decided to apply, hoping I'll get better. When the competition started, I saw people working and improving. It made me think, what if I could do that? I realized my fear stemmed from a fixed mindset. So I started small, gradually building my confidence. Over time, changing my mindset from I can't to I can learn. And today, it's opened up possibilities, and I am on the ladder to become a better presenter. I'd love to say a big thank you to Daytopia for this opportunity. Moving on to giving an A, as seen in chapter 3 of the book, it introduces us to the idea of assigning A to grade A students at the start, regardless of their performance. This concept encourages us to focus on people's potential rather than judging them based on their past achievements or failure. By giving an A, it suggests that we create an environment where individuals feel valued, respected, and free to express their creativity without fear or criticism or failure. Here we see a teacher, Benjamin Zender, who decided to assign his students an A grade at the beginning of the semester to help shape their mindset. And the outcome was just the best. In return, letters were written to Mr. Zender to show their appreciation. Here's a letter of Soyan Kim, one of his students, as seen in page 40 of the book. I will hand over to Debbie to tell us about leading from any chair.
A leader does not need a chair. A leader does not need a podium. She can be sitting quietly on the edge of any chair, listening passionately and with commitment, fully prepared to take up the baton. These are the words of Ben in chapter 5 of the book, emphasizing the idea that leadership is not confined to those in official position of power. The concept of leading from any chair suggests that anyone can contribute and lead from wherever they are, regardless of their role or title.
This chapter also highlights examples from Benjamin Zender's experience as a conductor. Real musicians, not just the conductor, play a crucial role in orchestral success. This book encourages me as a team member to take ownership of my role and strive to make a difference. Humor and laughter are perhaps the best way we can get over ourselves. Ben tells us this in chapter 6. The central message of this chapter is don't take yourself damn too seriously. Rule number 6 is about letting go of ego and embracing a lighter and more humorous approach to life. By reducing self-importance, we can create a more positive environment, build better relationships, and open ourselves up to creativity and collaboration. This chapter also illustrates how maintaining a sense of humor and not taking things too seriously can diffuse tension, encourage openness, and foster a more productive and joyful atmosphere. Next slide, ma'am. Omo, this life no balance, we often say. But after reading chapter 7 of this book, I realized that it is the imbalances in life that brings balance. This chapter of the book deals with accepting reality as it is without resistance or denial, where we are encouraged to observe the way things are with clarity and without judgment, which can lead to a more peaceful and effective response to challenges. It doesn't mean you should drown out your negative feelings or pretend you like what you really can't stand. It doesn't mean you should work to achieve some higher plane of existence so you can transcend negatively. It simply means being present without resistance, being present to what is happening and present to your reactions, no matter how intense. By accepting situations the way they are rather than as we wish to be, we respond more thoughtful and creatively. Remember, all fingers are equal, and that's the way things are. Now, let me take you back to Ibidun's story. She noticed where she was holding back and let go. She released those barriers of self that kept her separate and in control, letting the vital energy of passion surge through by applying for Daytopia competition. Secondly, she participated fully, allowing herself to be a channel of shape and stream of passion. This chapter discusses the importance of embracing passion in all aspects of life. They suggest that passion in all aspects of life. They suggest that passion arises when we stop holding back and fully engage with the present moment. This chapter encourages us to let go of inhibitions, fear, and concerns about how we are perceived by others. By doing so, we can access a deeper sense of enthusiasm and commitment. Before I hand over to Barnabas, you might ask, why bring in Ibidun's story into my review? Well, that's because we share the same story, but the presentation was not cancelled, but by time. Barnabas, what are your views from the book?
Lighting the spark of possibility. So is the practice of lighting the spark of possibility is what is termed enrollment in the chapter 9 of this book. Enrollment is simply the act and practice of, of generating and igniting a spark of possibilities for others to see and share. Our passions, rather than fear, is the igniting force, and in our fingertips lies the infinite capacity to light a spark. So was my story, and the story of my team and I, planning for an on-campus event. We needed sponsorship. After sending out several mails, we got several rejections. But my team and myself thought of reaching out to this company physically. And to our utmost surprise, we got a lot of teams on board to sponsor the event. That taught me one thing in particular, that some things in life are better done in person. So was also the story of Ben Zander in this book, The Art of Possibility. Enrollment isn't just about forcing or pressuring people to see to see things the way you want them to, but it is about giving ourselves as a possibility for others, and also we in turn ready and ready to also catch that same spark. Enlighten the spark of possibilities. It won't always come easy or smooth. There will be several rejections. There will be several no's and criticisms. But one thing we know for sure As Thomas Edison said, we did not fail 1,000 times, but we learned 10,000 ways, amazing ways to make things happen. Now to the next chapter of the book, being the board. The next slide. If I may ask us, what's your favorite chess piece on the chessboard? Or if you were to be a particular chess piece, which chess piece would you be and why? As we ponder upon that answer, either you choose to be the king, the queen, the knight, or even the bishop. As a chess piece, we're only restricted and can react or change any move that directly affects us or interrupts our plans. Being the board is about gracing ourselves with the responsibility that and the mindset that everything in our life, gracing ourselves with the responsibility that everything happens in our life. So this gives us the power. Being the board gives us the power and the ability to transform our experiences into what we want, not about what moves on. Asking ourselves the most important question. Nothing comes our board without our consent, without our consent or approval. Being the board truly is very important, and it is not being the strategist or the important fish. And being the board isn't about turning the blames on ourselves, but it is about asking ourselves an important question. How did such an event or situation get on the board that I am in? So to the next slide, creating the framework for possibility. Creating the framework for possibility is the practice of inventing and sustaining frameworks that brings forth possibility. It is about restructuring meaning, creating visions, and establishing enabling environments where possibility is spoken of and where the force of possibility overcomes the pull of the downward spiral. With me of the story Ben Zander gave in this show, who underwent chemotherapy for leukemia. When she returned to school, she had to wear a scarf because she had to barb her hair. Her friends made jest of her, and she went home begging her mom not to go back to school again. But something struck me in this book. The teacher the next day also did the same thing, barbed her hair. And this prompted all her students to go back home begging their parents also to barb their hair. The teacher intervened by reforming and reshaping the meaning of the girl's appearance and realize and releasing her from in creating the framework. There is no division about our ideas and actions, our mind and body, and our dreams and reality. Vision is very important also. It is a powerful framework and it is an open invitation and inspiration to create ideas and events that correlate with this framework. So also is creating an enabling environment for our vision and having the mindset that the sky is not our limit. Now to the last chapter of the book, which is the chapter 12, telling the we story. On the Daytopia Presentation Competition Season 4, I'm very sure we Daytopians, we all have a story to tell, even to our mentors, about the inconvenience we face, the sleepless nights for everything, the late night rehearsals, and even other real reasons we have to do. But I would like to ask, what will be your story at the end of this competition? Would it be we won, we made it through, or we were better off the way we started this competition? Or your story would be about I gave up through the process. I couldn't keep up with the process, but I'm tired of the whole process. Now to the concluding part of our presentation. I would love us to remember how we all had dreams as children of the delicious freedom and the power of being adults. I would like to ask, where are those dreams now? We Nigerians, we say adults now. waiting. But let's put that aside. Now, all is tested. And my team and I are giving us several advices on how we need to light the spark of positivity and make a name. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the team. Who better to present the concluding part than Barnabas? Everyone who knows Barnabas knows he's never a quitter. He's someone that would see anything through to the end, no matter if he loses everything, his arm, his leg along the way. If he loses everything, is the kind of person that would show up. I can tell you that. So good job with the strategic presentation that you guys have done. I like the fact that you knew who to take what within the team. Well done. Okay. Mentor Paul, do you have any feedback for the team, please?
Yes, good presentation. The introduction was wonderful. I love the introduction, and the audience engagement also, like the connecting dots. It was good. Then putting yourself in the presentation, like a personal story. I think peace, yeah, a personal story. And the second presenter also, like you guys related your personal story to the book review.
Yeah.
Impressive, and that is good. Well done. Just these two things I feel you guys should work on. So for the first presenter, so there was this part where you were explaining a particular slide. So you've actually gone to the next few slides, but you just kept us on that particular slide. So I understand that Doctor is the one, and Dr. Jumi is the one like helping you guys with the slide presentation, but you didn't you do not flow with her. But other presenters actually corrected that. So they
Yes.
told her next slide, next please. But you didn't say anything. You were just talking and we're just there like, so you didn't carry us along what you were doing. Then another thing I think you guys should work on is the book criticism. So good job, but I think you can just criticize the book. So what are the things that the book did not talk about, and what they could have done better also? But that was a good presentation. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, yes. I was going to apologize for that. While at the beginning, when the slides were moving, I was actually, my mouse just got stuck on a normal day. I realized that she had moved past that thing, but I was unable to move my mouse. I don't know, it just got stuck. But I feel like maybe I would have noticed earlier if she had just prompted me to move to the next slide. So by the time I realized, my mouse was stuck. So, but I was then much more prepared later. Once I see that you guys are getting to the end of that slide, I just move in advance so that it catches up. So I do apologize for that. But well done, good job, good presentation. Do we have any other feedback for the team? Anything in addition? Okay, good job. I like your slides. It was simple, like simple, calming, and I feel like it works well with what you're presenting. Aside from this particular one, which was a little bit, there's a lot, but I do understand that this is a quote from somewhere. Now, I'll tell you something which I told the other team. When you are bringing something, did you copy this from the book? This Dear Mr. Zander, was it from the book?
Yes, ma.
Right. So, and it was from page 73 of the book, or was it from another page of the book? So, because you're saying here that this is from page 73 to 82. So, when you pick up things like this, particularly, you need to put that particular page number where that thing was picked up. Things that are in quotation marks, things that you've extracted directly, needs to be page number referenced, right? So just keep that in mind. But aside that, yes, and I feel this is something that your team is very unique with, the fact that you have very subtle slides, but they still tend to deliver the message. So well done. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna move
Thank
on
you.
to. Yeah, you're welcome. We're gonna move on to the next team quickly. Team, I want to. This is one team that we should all watch out for. This team had a very fantastic move last week. Like they moved in a great way. So guys, let's hope that they are able to do that Jackie move they did last week and move as fast as they moved last week. So my eyes are on this team in particular. I'm quite interested in their presentation. And that's team Elite Squad, and they would be presenting on deep work. Guys, are you ready for us?
Good evening, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good.
I discussed with Dr. Yusuf like about book because we changed the book and he told me that it was quite late before they saw it, but then we can go on with the new book we have.
Oh yes, you can.
All
By the
right.
time you sent the new book, I'd already published the books already, but that's fine. So far, it doesn't impact on your presentation in any way. That's fine.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. What's the name of the book that you guys are presenting on?
Still like an artist, ma'am.
Right. Great.
Okay. Can we start now?
Yeah, I think this is the second time somebody is presenting from this author. I think he's also the one that wrote Show Your Work as
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
All right, that's great. Well done.
Okay. Starting now. Okay.
Okay, so
Isn't
before
it
you start, sorry, before you start, just because one of the mentor, they are curious, why did you change your book? What was the reason?
Okay, we chose deep work initially, but then we could not easily get the book online.
Okay.
And then it was quite late and depending and with regards to the number of pages and our time, so we felt we could just go with this.
Okay, but because we know we've been talking about this book for quite some time, you didn't check if you would have access to the book until Wednesday?
No.
we
It's
changed
the
the
thing is
book
we
the
tend to show your
yesterday?
work initially. I'm already working with show your work. With the
Mm,
hope that we'll deliver it on Wednesday. But
mm.
then we now realize that a group was already working on show.
Oh, okay. All right, you can start. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Isn't it weird that we are always told to be original? But the truth is, everything we create is built on someone else's ideas. Can you really call yourself a true original if you have never taken the time to learn from those who come before you? I would admonish everyone to ponder on these questions as we continue on this presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Godsfavor Olagoke. With my teammates, Miriam Sani, who doubles as the team lead, Gloria Nolade, and Abraham Rebecca. This presentation revolves around the topic embracing influence and imitations and tips from the book Still Like an Artist by Austin Kleon. Okay. C.S. Eliot once said, immature poets imitate, mature poets steals. Austin Kleon's book, Still Like an Artist, dives headfirst into this idea, showing how embracing our influences and borrowing from others is actually a crucial part of finding our own unique voice. Kleon's essays are like a breath of fresh air, reminding us that creativity isn't about reinventing the wheel, but about building on what is already been done. He makes a compelling case that our best work comes from embracing the ideas of others and using them as a launchpad for our own. In this review, we will dive into how Clear's book turns traditional notions of originality on their head and offers practical tips on how to tap into the power of influence and imitation to unlock our full potential. Who then is Austin Kleon?
Austin Kleon is a best-selling American author, artist, and speaker. For example, he is a speaker who has given talks on TEDx and other events. He is actually commonly known for his books, Still Like an Artist and Show Your Work. He is widely recognized for his unique and engaging approach to exploring the creative processes. Now, let us dive into the business of today.
Thank you, God's favor. But I'm not an artist. Can this book still help me with my creativity?
Of course, Rebecca, you may not be an artist, but I assure you that this book is for each and every one of us. Just like watching video on how to prepare for the presentation on YouTube, which I'm sure majority of us did. We all just practiced what Austin Kleon was talking about, stealing from others. We stole, and came about our own. In his book, he mentioned that when artists get asked the question, where do you get your ideas? Majority of the answers were, in quotes, I steal them. Now, Rebecca, to your question, let me take you through some key takeaways that were highlighted in this book. Shall I tell you the greatest success stealer? That is not starting. Yes, I'm sure I can tell you there's the imposter syndrome, who tell you that you are not able to do whatever you want to do, that feels that your success is not being that you can't achieve your success. Yeah, that is very fine. But that is where you will not be able to get to where you want to. You need to start, regardless of how terrifying it is. That is where it comes to trusting the process. The joy of every individual is to be relevant and known, which I'm sure that is what each of us aim to be on this call. I'll be sharing the not so secret formula to you. 1, do your work. 2, share it with others. In doing your work, there comes the concept of consistency. Because you have to do your work, there needs to be a consistent approach. You need to show up every day if you know you really want to be creative. But then life has gone beyond the adage of doing something in solitude and then just come with the success. Oh, I did this. In today's world, it is enhanced by sharing it with others. The use of technology has also simplified this. If I may ask my dear audience, why should you make your God-given tools redundant when they can actually make you the largest return? Yes, I mean your ends. I'm talking about your brains, your initiative. Despite the advent of technology, this book is telling us that we should not dispose our own talents. We should not set it aside and make technology the order of the day, but rather, as we highlighted last week, there should be a partner. They should be in collaboration with our work. And I need to tell my dear audience, as my mentor would always tell me whenever I'm faced with difficulties, he tells me, don't you have people around you? Because the people around you are the greatest resources you could ever find. While taking people around you as your greatest resources, the advent of technology cannot be overlooked. Yes, you don't make it your priority, but you make it an addition to you. So utilize this very well. Talk of YouTube. How learning has now been simplified with YouTube, with Khan Academy, everything like that. Yes, it is to enhance your creativity. If I'm to make this more peculiar to you, just as I feel everyone on this call may be battling with the problem of creativity, that is why we have centered the theme of today's discussion around embracing influence and imitation. According to Akio Morita, the founder of Sony, said, and I quote, "Curiosity is the key to creativity." You want to start, you want to do something, but yes, you have to be curious about it. There needs to be a drive that's pushing you further. You need to ask questions, because in asking questions, then you get to know. Because he that does not ask questions just stays there and then there's no improvement. Let me now tell you another thing, which is to take from others. Yes, steal from others, actively take from them. Who are these people you are taking from, my dear audience? They are your mentors, your heroes, those that their work resonates with you, those that you find inspiration from whatever they do. Those are the people you should actively take from. What you are taking from them is not just their work, but you're trying to see the thought behind their process, behind the work they produce. That is all you're taking from. Lastly, my dear audience, I'll tell us to borrow and build from others. But when I say take their work, you're not only taking from your mentors and your heroes, but then you should take from those who have tried to do this but failed. Only then would you have an holistic view about the field you are really interested in. Because you can't just take people's success and think you've taken it all. What about those that fell in that process? You need to really know what happened to them so that it does not happen to you, and then you can work to avert that.
That's really insightful. But another thing, can copying others actually be a path to innovation, or is it just a recipe for mediocrity?
Definitely, Rebecca. Just as every idea has pros and cons, Austin Kleon's idea is not exempted, which is why in the latter part of this presentation, we'll be looking at the strengths and the weaknesses of Austin Kleon's idea on influence and imitations. Looking at the strengths, the first of which is this book acknowledges the importance of embracing influence. On page 7, Austin Kleon says, and I quote, "What a good artist understands is that nothing comes from nowhere. All creative work builds on what came before." End of quotes. He also made a biblical reference to the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 9, which says that there is nothing new under the sun. This explains that creativity builds on the ideas of others, so we should embrace influence instead of running away from it. Also, encouragement of personal. My dear audience, I'm sure you must have been wondering that what is the difference between copying and plagiarism? On page 33 of this book, Austin Kleon explicitly explained that plagiarism is copying from one author, while copying from many is research. So, this shows that Austin Kleon is saying that while you should steal ideas, you should also transform them to make them your own. That is, adapt influences and transform them in a way that reflects your personal expression. Also, creativity is remixing. Just as DJs remix tracks and they repurpose existing songs to create better ones. Page 38 also says that your job is to collect good ideas. This tells us that creativity involves combining and remixing existing ideas. Now, moving to the weaknesses of Austin Kleon's ideas on influences and imitation. As you rightly asked, Rebecca, copying can be seen as a recipe for mediocrity, which is why the first of these weaknesses is lack of clear boundaries. This book's emphasis on stealing, it raises questions about the ethics of appropriation and the importance of proper referencing. Where do I know when to reference my work, and when do I know when to say, oh, these ideas are mine? Secondly, the risk of misinterpretation. On page 35, Cleon says steal from many. So we sure that this book's language will not be misinterpreted by readers as a direct form of endorsing imitation, which may cause problems if creators do not understand the difference between inspiration and plagiarism. Then we also have oversimplification. Imagine submitting a term paper and the lecturer is like, oh, this contains a lot of copying and dubbings. And I'm like, sir, on page 14 of Austin Kleon's Still Like an Artist book, Kleon wrote that start copying because nobody is born with a style or a voice. We learn by copying. Forgetting that copying alone is not sufficient to cultivate a unique and creative voice because creativity requires deeper exploration and critical thinking, and also neglecting originality. As I said earlier, when you're submitting a term paper and the lecturer is like, why did you copy a lot? Say, sir, on page 25 of Austin Kleon's book, nothing is original. As much as the strength and the weaknesses of this book has been itemized, I also like to point out the practical examples of Austin Kleon's idea of influence and imitation. The first of which is Pablo Picasso and the Cubist movement. Pablo Picasso is often quoted, and I quote, "Good artist copy, great artist steal," end of quote. This aligns closely with Kleon's central thesis on influence and imitation, and also the mashup genre. Just like everybody on this call, I don't know about anybody, but for me, I definitely like listening to mashups and medleys of different songs because they blend multiple songs into one. And this is a direct of Cleon's ideas on remixing as opposed to listening to the original songs. Then also we have the Beatles. The Beatles are widely regarded as one of the most innovative bands in music history. Forgetting that the Beatles started as covers of existing songs and they incorporated these music styles and techniques to develop their own personal line. With this, Rebecca, and my dear audience, I hope I've been able to point out that you can see that Austin Kleon's idea on imitation and influence are practically applicable to our daily life and activity.
Thank you so much, Gus. Thank you so much, Glory. Despite the book's limitation, I'm still able to take valuable lessons and actionable tips to boost my creativity. And I leave you, my audience, with this quote that the best way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Who just sighed? Was it from the team? If it was from the team, it sounded like, finally we are done. Oh, let's go and rest. Oh my goodness, that was funny. But well done. Well done. I find this very educative and interesting. Again, because I work mostly in the field that you've used as example. So, and I like it because this is something that I always tell students all the time, that you need to understand the difference between, copying and stealing. And when you steal boldly. You steal by, and how do you steal? You steal by still acknowledging the people that have, created the original copy of that work. So personally, and like you used in your example, I like mashups. Like, they just give that vibe of different songs coming together and actually list. So yeah, this is really, yeah, still with your full chest. Yeah, this is really good, and I find it very educative and knowledgeable to me, and I believe to anyone who is a student as well here. Okay. However, can you project your slides back, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So, red is my best color. I love red. Like, in fact, if you enter my house, you wonder that is it are they doing something else in this? I love red, but I wouldn't use red for my presentation slide again, just because I would rather wear red if I'm going for a physical presentation. I'd rather wear red than use red in my presentation slide. Again, just because I feel like it's not everyone that likes the color red. And it's a very bright color that, if not well done, could overpower your slide, could serve as a distraction as well. Can you share your slides? But that was a place where you had boxes and you used red within those boxes, and I felt it was just too much. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like you can't use red, but it's important that you know when to use it and how to use it, so it's not too much and it doesn't come out overshadowing your entire presentation. Like I said, if you wear red to the presentation, it comes out elegant. But when you use red within your slide, yeah, this particular one, like I just felt it was too much. And your red is blood red, or is it tomato red, whatever red they call it. So it's the loud kind of red. So again, you might want to be careful when you use some certain colors. Yep. Dr. Yusuf, do you have, or let me call, do you have feedback for them?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to point out that slide that they just left. So even the boxes, they were not like aligned. So I don't think when you were designing this particular one, even the N in the limitation at the top was like disappearing. So this particular slide was not really good for me. But yeah, and again, you didn't use like, when you're when you're doing a slide, a presentation slide, you should kind of have like consistency in all the slides. So you start using red. Even the next one, there was no color red in it at all. And then the next one was different. And then you went back to red in the conclusion. So I was like, okay. So if you try to use some the slides should be similar in a way. So like a template or
Yeah.
so that's what we didn't see in the slides. But overall, I enjoyed it. You used a lot of examples, a lot of practical examples, and you even talked about things the book was probably missing. So well done to you guys.
Yeah. Another problem I had is while you were presenting, it's just the way I'm seeing this now, where you can see the previous slides still showing and then the new slide showing. I don't know. I think it's the font that I don't know why that is, but I could see that, and it doesn't come out as professional as it should. So next time, just maybe be clear as to how yeah, maybe it's because you didn't zoom it in or something, I don't know. But while you were presenting, it was showing like that, where I could see literally half of the previous one coming out at the slide. So again, just take and that's why I always just say use PowerPoint, because with PowerPoint at least you know when you're done with one slide, that's the end. Yeah, but if you are using any other software or any other package to present, just be sure that you understand it well and it eludes the professionalism that you want it to. All right, thank you very much. Yeah.
And yeah, lastly, audience engagement. I wish for you put a bit more effort in moving forward, a bit more effort in audience engagement. It was good listening to you, but I would have loved if probably you introduced something that would call us back, probably to maybe ask a question or something, so that you probably see if people are following or something, or maybe add a video, infographics, things like that that really catch the attention of people, so that you can, it's just for when you go out there as well. You just don't want to continue presenting. You want to pause a bit and see if people are actually
Yeah.
engaging. So that's very important.
Yeah. So there has to be something, like they are called prompts, something that keeps calling the attention of your listeners. Understand that people have different problems, so and people can easily zoom out of what you're talking about. It's the same way when you're pitching to investors. And the investor is thinking of the next deal that he wants to close. So it's important that there is something that keeps calling the attention back to you or back to your presentation. Yeah. All right. Well done, guys. Good job.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right. Well done. Yeah. Nice presentation. Okay. So we're almost there. I promise we're almost there. So we have 3 more presenters to go, right? After Vision, 3 more presenters to go. And we have Team Visionaries going up next. And then we have Emerald and Invicta. So guys, we're almost there. And I want you to pay attention to this next team. They've been doing well, quite well all through. And this time around, they are pushing more to do better. All right, Team Visionaries are we'll be talking about the book As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. So, guys, let's listen to them. Are you guys ready?
Yes, ma'am, we are ready.
All right.
Okay, I would share my screen now. Okay, please, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And now, you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just had
Yes,
to double check.
ma'am.
Okay. How can young adults in Nigeria shape their future despite Nigeria's challenges, which everyone knows? Hello, Daytopians. Team Visionaries is here this afternoon to walk us through an essential aspect of our life. Our 15 minutes journey, a 21st century book titled As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, written in 1903 and rephrased by Sam Torod,
in 1917? I have an important question for everyone, and I would like us to drop our response in the chat box. Are you in control of your life, or is Nigeria in control of your life? Thank you very much for your responses. This short journey will let us know that the choice of our control lies within us. Stay with us as we lead you through this amazing journey.
Your thoughts play a big role in how you see yourself and ultimately who you become. In the first chapter of James Allen's book, he talks about character. Character is the sum of your thoughts. This means that the phrase, "this is who I am," isn't fully true. Who you are, that is your character, your beliefs, your personality, your values, is shaped by your thoughts. If who you are is determined by your thoughts, what do you do then when you don't like who you are? Well, simple. James Allen gives a profound answer to this. Change your thoughts. According to him in page 7, a noble character doesn't appear by chance. It is the natural result of consistent right thinking, the cumulative effect of dwelling on noble thoughts. So yes, you can change who you are by taking conscious control of your mind. We are built up or brought down by ourselves, that is, by our thoughts. More importantly, you have the ability to transform yourself and your circumstances one thought at a time. But let's take a quick activity. What character have you seen in yourself that needs to change? And what thoughts can you imbibe to kickstart that change? For me, I can be shy, but the future I'm seeing for myself, well, shyness can't really work there. So I have a purpose, I have a vision for where I want to be in the next few years. And shyness wouldn't actually work in the whole or the grand scheme of things. So what I did before was to align my thoughts and start thinking of myself in places or doing things that I would want to do in the next few years that are against the shy part of my nature. Those things were actually not things that I thought were deep things, as it were, until I read this book. And I realized that they are actually things that you could put to practice, and not just for shyness, for any character that you have, and much more for your circumstances. And that leads us to chapter 2, circumstances. James Allen likens the human mind to a garden. And like a garden, it needs to be tended and cultivated. You need to weed out negative and useless thoughts, and instead encourage and nurture positive, intelligent, and fruitful thoughts. Pardon me. Why this is important is because, according to James Allen in page 9, the outer condition of your life is always a reflection of your inner state. How you respond to circumstances isn't necessarily because the circumstance is bad or it's tough or it's hard, like Nigeria is currently. Your response is a reflection of the state of your mind. You may not have direct control over your circumstances, true. Some you can't even choose. I'm very sure some circumstances we've gone through, if we were to choose, we wouldn't choose them at all. And some are not even a result of what we have done or not done. You just get those circumstances. But you have the power to shape those circumstances by changing your thoughts. So I want to use an example. A number of us here are undergraduates or recent graduates, or one way or the other, you're going to either be applying for internships or applying for jobs or planning on how to apply for jobs. So what are your thoughts about this? Are you the kind of person that knows, labor market is hard. I can't really cope with it. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I just need a miracle to break in. And even when I still have to guard it with all my heart or with all my efforts, are you the kind of person that is already looking down on yourself before you even reach the labor market or before you reach the point of application? Well, or you are the other kind who is actually very optimistic about his or her future. Someone who is actually putting the steps in place to make sure that even when the opportunities to apply come, you are ready and set for it. So let me play a circumstance before both parties. You could have a job interview, and for both of you, you do not make the cut, or they tell you, "We regret to inform you that your job application is not successful." What do you then do? For the person with the wrong thoughts, that means the thoughts that things are already naturally hard. You think, well, this is my lot. I kuku know that pardon me, I already understand that things are really, really hard, so I wasn't expecting much. Or you could be the other guy who understands that this is just a circumstance, this is just something that I can learn and grow from. And that leads us to the later part of what James Allen talks about in circumstances. The purpose of your circumstance is for you to learn and grow through them. And I think it's very important for us to understand, because your circumstances are not permanent. They are things you're supposed to learn and grow from. So let's check what James Allen talks about in the health and its effect on our mind, or how our mind has an effect on our health.
Thank you. As we delve into the chapter 3 and 4 of the book, I would like us to begin to join effort towards carrying out an evaluation in our mind, respectively. So, according to the author, the body is a servant to the mind. Of course, this is certainly true. This is applicable to every individual. As chunk of what has been created in our mind is what to give expression to physically. He said positive thought boosts our health and immune system. Definitely, health is first of all health in the mind before health in the physical body. Health is first of all health in the thought before health as people see per time. It is claimed that and reported that according to a research in 2019 by the World Health Organization, 55 to 60% of persons who are affected in their minds also affected their health. Negative thought leads to diseases, disorder, decline in our health. These statistics also prove that chunk of persons who are deranged in their mind are also deranged physically. So in other words, the happenings in our mind reflect in our daily abilities and daily activities. If there's disorder in our mind, there's also disorder in our physical activities and career. A first-class student is first of all a first-class student in the mind. Likewise, a third-class student. So the author emphasized the need to have a positive mindset against a negative mindset. He also pointed out purpose. According to the author, purpose ignites the mind transforming thought into powerful actions. A popular quote by Miles Monroe who says, "When the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable." Of course, everyone ought to be driven by purpose. Look at the case of Nigeria today. Chunk or a good number of the youth who are purposeless are being used by politicians. They are being used to carry out outrageous acts because they fail to give themselves a purpose. So as such, thoughts are like flying darts. Without a purpose, it is easier to avoid distraction. With a purpose in mind, so we ought to have a purpose in mind. Every man or woman who is purposeless tend to be given a purpose by an external force. Just like today, we can even relate it to the happenings in our surroundings. A purposeless leader who has home office will be given purpose by his cabinet. So chunk of which I've had. So they also emphasize the need for a strong sense of purpose to fortify his character. At this point, I'll usher us into the next phase where we'll be considering the path to vision and success.
Okay, I hope we've not lost everybody. Let's do this as brief as possible. Dr. Yusuf, please, do I have your attention? Dr. Yusuf. Okay, in his absence, Dr. Adejumoke, please, do I have your attention?
Yes,
You
you
have
do.
my after. Okay, sorry.
No, don't worry. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah,
Yusuf.
go on.
Okay, I would like you to answer the following questions as a co-founder of Daytopia. When did the thought of Daytopia arise?
Is Dr. Ejimoke answering or?
Dr. Yusuf, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Right, that was when was it the date? That's 4 years ago.
Okay, when was it incorporated as an organization?
Same year. It was
Okay.
I think October.
Do you have plans on expanding?
Oh yeah, we are already in the UK and now we are looking to expand beyond UK and into Europe as well.
Thank you very much. As a co-founder, has the journey been easy?
Definitely not. It's not been easy, but I'm just grateful to the mentors that we have and the mentees as well.
Thank
But
you
it's
very
not been
much.
easy.
Did you ever at a point feel like giving up on Daytopia?
Well, at the beginning, we were not getting a lot of responses. We're not getting the results we wanted. Yeah. So, but eventually, it's part of the process, isn't it?
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we've all heard Dr. Yusuf's response, and his response shows that the path to success is not easy. It entails a disciplined and positive mind. It entails determination. It entails responsibility and accountability. I'm sure if Dr. Yusuf or Dr. Adejumoke had blamed a failure at a point of Daytopia due to Nigeria's economy, none of us would be here today. As the Christians say, it is not a sin to fall, but it is a sin to fall and not rise again. So I implore us today to change our mindset from what will be to I control what will be. His response also shows that his thoughts moved from personal and selfish thoughts to actions that benefit not only himself, but the society at large, which we are direct benefits as mentees of Daytopia. But this success wouldn't have happened if Dr. Yusuf and Dr. Adejumoke did not have a vision.
Let us take a look at a young Nigerian named Afola Shade. All her life, she has heard adults talk about how hard the economy is and how things can never get better in the country. There are two things that could happen from this. One, she could become dejected, thinking she cannot thrive in this economy. And two, she could resolve in her heart to make an impact by making a positive change in the economy. This example perfectly depicts the saying that you can only be as big as you think you are. If Afolashade decides to resort to the first option, which is that her being something in life is dependent on Nigeria's economic situation, then it means she has not fully realized who she can be if she directs her thoughts towards her potentials. However, if she takes it upon herself to make a change in her country through something she finds passion in, then it means she has developed a big vision. And like James Allen establishes in page 20 of his book, she would naturally gravitate towards that which her mind has fixated upon. Finally, James Allen rounds up his book by talking about peace. This follows from all we have been talking about. Recently, I had a discussion with a friend, and she talked about how she was worried about what she would do after school, being the firstborn and having siblings to take care of. You would agree with me that this is the state of many undergraduates in Nigeria today. We have all been conditioned to think that there is nothing for us after graduation, and this is enough to be worried. However, we all must understand that being worried will not solve anything. Instead, with a calm mind, we should have a clear thought process and decide on the problem we wish to solve and then start working towards it. Because a calm mind is more valuable than wealth alone. Now, in few minutes, we will take you through an exercise that will help to make changes in our thoughts.
Wow, wow. As much as we would love to talk more about this book because it is a book that affects each and every one of us individually, we will have to stop here today. But before we leave everyone, we would leave you with these practical tips for success. I'm going to run through it as brief as possible due to our time management. Apologies. The first thing you have to do is write your vision by hand. Don't put it in your head. Don't just say it. Put it on pen, like with your pen. Put it on paper. Picture your ideal future in 5 years' time. This is something we were asked in primary school. What do you want to be in future? What do you want to be in future? Now we are young adults. Picture your ideal future. Start with positive reflections about the present. Start with phrases like I am the best, I am the diamond, I am the train that Nigeria needs to rise globally. Describe this ideal future vividly. Do not just say I want to be successful. Let your description be as detailed as possible. I want to be the governor of CBN. I want to be the managing director of Zenith Bank. I want to be riding a Lamborghini, whatever brand or grade you want to ride. Put it as detailed as possible. Ensure this description also covers key areas like your work, your finances, health, and habits that we've spoken about in our presentation. Focus on what you can control. You can't give what you don't have. So focus on what you have to see how you can shape the circumstances around you. Do not avoid linking your happiness to specific people or achievements. Don't link your joy to anybody. We've spoken about it. Own your thoughts, control your thoughts, own your life, and own your happiness. Keep your vision in a visible spot and view it regularly. Don't keep it under your bed. Don't put it in a shelf. Don't put it in a cupboard. Don't put it in a book. Put it in a place that you should see it at least 5 times daily. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Thank you for working with us on this 15 minutes journey. This is Team Visionaries.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. Let me tell you guys what you guys did. So all through your presentation, you know what I had to do? I had to close my eyes and just listen to you guys. Because if I open my eyes, I'll judge your presentation. Your presentation was far apart from your slides. That's just where I'm coming from.
Emmanuel, well done because you have grown, and I see the growth. You took the feedback from last week, although again this is something that you just need to continually still work on. I'm this kind of person that I used to talk very fast before now, but now I have learned to control it. So just understand that you would be meeting great people, you will be meeting great minds, you're meeting people from different diversity, different culture, from different countries, and it's important that they can hear what you're saying. So, and how do you do that? By speaking slowly and taking your time. But you did really, really better this week, so well done for that. And your voice has not seen that cheap at all. Oh. That's just what I felt. As like it was just
Normal. We're just
your
putting it under control.
your voice was just like I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Antarctica somewhere where the breeze is cool and all that. Well done, guys.
Certainly not smart. But thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, can I call on a mentor to give feedback? Oh, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised. Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, I didn't know I was still on mute. It was a good presentation. Well done, guys. The first thing the main thing actually I really love about it is how you were able to relate it. It's one thing to explain the book, it's another thing to relate it to real life experiences. You made a lot of examples as well that people could relate to. Dr. Ejimoke already talked about the slides. Could do better. I wanted to also highlight, I wanted to mention Ayonfe. Ayonfe, first of all, everyone presented with a very soothing voice. Is it that it was intentional to pass the message, or because it just felt like you guys had a reason behind it because you guys presented the same way? Right? It was really good. It made the message more emotional somehow. So it went straight to the art. It was good. But it's just I wanted to mention Ayonfe. Ayonfe is a really good
Yes, sir.
presenter, but there is a very thin line between being too it's good to have a soothing voice and be calm when you're presenting. It's also there's a thin line between being too relaxed and presenting with a calm voice. I think at some point it felt like you were a bit too relaxed, and I could tell when you start using, although you quickly reversed, but when you start using like general terms that you would use like in your regular conversations, like cuckoo, or you immediately said, "Oh, sorry, guys." So it's just because you were gradually, I think you are slowly gravitated towards that relaxed point where you are a bit too relaxed with your presentation. So as much as you have a beautiful, lovely voice, a soothing, calm voice, which was really good for the presentation, you should make sure you don't feel too relaxed. As well. We should also always sense in your presentation that okay, you're actually presenting rather than just having a conversation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Besides that, you guys did really well. I wanted to also mention Showe Mimo did. She presented really well as well. Emmanuel, well done. But overall, it was a good presentation to me.
Well done. Yes, your presentation
Thank you,
was
sir.
very relatable. Like I feel like that's one thing I loved about your presentation. And that was why I said at some point I had to close my eyes because I just didn't want the slides, the lack of work in the slides to distract the message that you guys were passing. Your presentation was very relatable. Like you guys knew how to connect to your audience, and you did that. Personally, for me, I feel like your audience engagement was 10/10. It was great, and you guys took me back on a journey. Like it was really really nice. Well done, guys. That's all I can say. Well done. Okay. Quickly, we're
Thank
going
you,
to
ma'am.
move to the next team, which is Team Emerald. Emerald, right? If I got it right. Guys, what's the name of your team now?
Where are they?
Actually, Team Emerald, ma.
Emerald, right? I can't hear you, Folashade.
Yes, ma'am.
Team Emerald, yeah. So again, like I said, it's when it comes to names, people give different names to. They pronounce things in different ways they want to pronounce it. So Emerald, Team Emerald will be presenting next, and then we have Team Invicta, and that will be all for today. Please do wait behind, for I have an announcement. I have an announcement to make at the end of the presentation, so don't zoom out on me. All right, when you guys are ready, let me know. Falashade, your voice is a bit down, so when you are presenting, just take note of that so that you can speak up a bit so we can hear you. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Good day, everyone. This is Team Emerald, and the best book ever read by the team is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. My name is Elizabeth Obadofin, and together with the team, Olawale and Folashade, we will be taking you through the overview of the novel, and then we'll move on to this novel, the life of the main character Santiago in Spain, after which he journeyed to Egypt, and we'll be taking you through that. Then he journeyed through meeting two other people in the desert, and we'll take you through that. We'll take you through his journey to Egypt, and then we'll give you certain key quotes you should take note of, after which we'll conclude and then give you certain questions to keep in mind. Now, down to the overview. Now, The Alchemist, which is this story, focuses on the life of a young shepherd, which is Santiago. And my teammate Olawale will be taking the place of Santiago. And he journeyed through in search for a particular goal which he was looking for. There are a few main characters in this novel. I've talked about Santiago. We also have Melchizedek, which is the king of Salem. And then we have a merchant that assisted Santiago. And then we have the alchemist, which was a wise man that had a lot of deep sayings. And then lastly, Fatima, which was the love of Santiago's life. Santiago, could you please tell us about your life in Spain?
Okay, Elizabeth, you want to hear about the story of my life? I'm Santiago, a man who has always been driven by dreams of freedom and exploration. Although my father wanted me to become a priest, he saw my true passion and encouraged me to follow it, leading me to become a shepherd. While working with my sheep, I felt a deep loneliness and began dreaming of a treasury in Egypt, a dream that a gypsy told me was my personal legend. When Melchizedek, the king of Salem, spoke to me about my destiny, I made the difficult decision to sell my flock and follow the dream. Falachade, what do you learn about this short story of mine about my life in Spain?
Thank you, Santiago. I learned a lot of things. One of the things is that there is a need for self-discovery, despite the despite the odd. Despite the fact my daddy said your daddy instructed you to become a priest, you you discover yourself. And the next thing is there's a need for mentorship after self-discovery. There's a need for you to work with people of like mind. Just as if you want to be an accountant and like you need someone to actually guide you in that particular area, then you have to have a mentor in that area. And lastly, your present situation should not prevent you from achieving your future. You're a shepherd and everything is actually all right with you. There's a need to, to keep on looking for the good. Santiago, could you please continue with your story?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lashade. Now, let me take you through my journey right from Spain down to Egypt and my interaction with the merchants. My journey after leaving Spain took me to Tangier, where I was betrayed and left with nothing. But a Christian merchant gave me a chance. I worked tirelessly, transforming his business and earning everything to continue my journey within a year. Along the way, I met Fatima, the woman who captured my heart, and I was so tempted to abandon my quest. Yet, with her encouragement to fulfill my destiny, I found the strength to keep going, and I met a man, a wise man, called the alchemist. Before I move on, Polashade, what do you learn?
Actually learned a lot of things. The first thing is that you have the purpose and you're determined to fulfill it. Like you have the vision.
about the treasury in Egypt, and you actually fulfill that purpose. The next thing is persistence. Even when you got to the merchant shop, the man was not giving you attention, but you were like, no, I need to get your attention. Up next is value added activities. You brought in new idea that actually improve the business of the merchant. And lastly, the only thing that make a dream impossible is the fear of failure. You don't have to be scared of the future. Just focus about your dreams. Santiago, could you please continue with the story of your life?
Okay, now let's talk about my story. After leaving the merchant, like how I met the, after meeting the alchemist in life. The alchemist was a man with profound wisdom, someone who seems to see through the very essence of life. He guided me with a patience and insight that I had never known. But even on this path, I faced trials. I had to give up some of my gold to save my life from bandits. A sacrifice that shocked me deeply. But I pressed on, driven by the belief that my treasury awaits me. When I finally reached the pyramid in Egypt, the peak of all my struggles and my dreams, I was hit by a painful truth. My personal legend, my treasury, was not there. It was hidden among the sands of Egypt, but back in Spain, buried beneath a tree in an old church where my journey had begun. Folashade, what do you learn?
Alright. I learned about the success principle. And the first thing is opportunity cost. According to economics, opportunity cost is the cost of opportunity for God. You actually give up your gold in exchange for your dream in Egypt. As a businessman or as a human seeking to be successful in life, there's a need for you to have an opportunity cost. Next thing is never settle for the less. Like you have your gold and you could actually marry Fatima and like have everything because you can buy a lot of sheep and just continue with your former business. But no, you didn't settle for the less. You were after Egypt. And lastly, there's a need for you to move with people of like passion. You move with the alchemist and even Fatima. Fatima did not actually discourage you, but instead she encouraged you. So there's a need for an individual to to move with people with like passion. The next thing I'll be talking about is the keynote. And the first thing is nothing is impossible as long as you wish it with your heart. If you have the dream in your heart, just pursue it. Don't think about the herd. Don't think about the situation going on in the country. Just pursue your dream. The next thing is everyone on earth have treasure that with them. Your treasure is different from my own. You don't have to copy other people. Just go after your own dream. Up next, the one thing that makes the dream is impossible is the fear of failure. You don't have to be scared of failing. Yes, but instead, after failure, like just start again and have just start the beginning again. Just start the journey again. And lastly, there is a need to make risk to pursue personal legend. There is common word used in finance word that the higher the risk, the higher the return. The lower the risk, the lower the return. You give up your gold and even your ship just in search for the treasury at Egypt. Elizabeth, could you please conclude?
So before I conclude, I would like to point out that this whole story, we've learned a lot about Santiago's life and we've learned a lot of lessons. Although at the end of the day, he didn't find the gold where he was supposed to find it, which all his journey was about. But at the end of the day, never give up. So in conclusion, we have a quote by Paulo Coelho which says, "There is only one way to learn effectively. It's through action. Everything you need to know, you have to learn through your journey." And then I will leave you with a few inquiries. What is your personal legend? As we've said, your personal legend is that dream you've always hoped to achieve. So think about it. What is your personal legend? How does your business align with your personal legend? Can you think of a time when you felt like giving up on your dream? How do you balance the need for self-discovery with the demands of your everyday life? What are the signs that guide you in your business journey? And lastly, Daytopians, when will you commence your alchemist journey? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the only thing that pained me is that Olawale decided to run away with Fatima.
Yeah, that was very, very painful. And disappointing as well. Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's all right. All right, well done. Good job. Your presentation was right on point, and I like the dialogue between Folashade and Olawale. I liked that you put yourself in the story, which is really, really good. And I think we've not seen that today. So you're the team. You're the only team that kind of like put themselves within the story in itself. So that's good. I like the fact that you didn't just put yourself in the story, but you had someone to also have a reflection on what you have done within the story. So well done, good job. However, again, the slides, and I think I've said this. Let your slide and depict your the book. Yeah, it's quite important. Yeah, your slides was quite weak. For me, anyways. All right. Let me call on the mentor to give you feedback. Mentor Blessing, are you here, please?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you too. So good work. I would say congratulations on your presentation. I like this storytelling approach. Like that's the power of storytelling. So I could sit here and listen to the presentation, and having never read the book, I understood what the book was about. Vision, dreams, and going for it, no matter the challenges that we face along life's path. So well done. I mean, congratulations, and thank you for putting yourself in the story. Um, in terms of have we started? I know you asked the question at the end. I think that was a good exercise for everyone to take home with. We can take that home with us. The slide 11. I took a screenshot, I believe. I mean, I started mine 10 years ago. I mean, writing books and being a media personality, and it's like even with the challenges I'm still on that path. So yeah, it's important to start a journey and go for it. So thank you for bringing that home. I mean, for me it was more like a reflection moment. And then for improvement points, I would say, just keep working at it, and keep presenting, keep building your confidence levels, and I mean, the sky is a starting point. So yeah, thank you for the presentation. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mentor Blessing. Afalashade, your voice kept on going and coming. I don't know why. It was dropping and then it picks up back. This is something that you might want to work on so that it doesn't we don't get not to hear you. I said it at the beginning that your voice was quite low. Although I could see that you are trying as much as possible to be audible, but just keep that about. I don't know whether it's the network where you are, or it's the phone, or it's your mouthpiece. Just have that at the back of your mind. Yeah. Well done, Dr. Yusuf. Do you have any final feedback before we move on?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Dr. Ejimoke. Give me a second. Okay. First of all, I want to say it's something that Mentor Blessing already mentioned anyway. I just wanted to say I really enjoyed how conversational it was, and I love storytelling, so I enjoyed the fact that you're able to present it in that way. So it's a kind of different way from the ones that we've seen so far. And immersing yourself in the story of Santiago, which is a book that I've read a couple of times. So well done. The I think what I wanted to mention is that I felt that first of all, uh, the story, well, aside from telling us about the story, and I love that you linked it to relatable story examples, but I wanted to really hear your view about, the book itself. I wanted to, is there any sort of negative sides of how the book was written, or the story itself, or when you try to I know you took out the fact that you the points that you've mentioned, self-discovery, self-awareness. I know you took that out, but I just wanted to see some negative parts as well about the book, because the book has a lot of criticisms over the years, and it's something that I would have loved you to mention, but I didn't really see that in it. That's one part, and I felt like yes, you did well with the story, but I think it was too summarized that you didn't delve much into it. So there are still a lot of like lessons that you didn't bring out of the story, but because maybe because it was a 15-minute presentation, you focused mainly on the fact that it was a journey rather than the destination. I think that was the main thing you focused on. But there are quite a lot of stories, especially if you focused a bit more on the self-discovery part and the parts where even little things matter, you know. So and about humble beginnings as well. So things like that, maybe you could have tried to talk about it. It felt like it was a bit too short for me, but aside that, it was a good presentation. Well done to the team, and the slides again. It could be better, but well done too.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you very much, Team Emerald. Well done. Yeah. All right. Our final team would be presenting now. That's Team Invicta.
Hi.
Well done. This is a team of another set of great presenters as well. So you guys might want to listen. I'm sure that you get one or two things to take out of their presentation. They are always,
It
always.
just happened, man. So just like, oh, sorry.
I know it just happened. Yeah, it just happened. So yeah, it's so much knowledge is oozing out of Oluwa Bukumi's head. So it's just trying to like stabilize the energy and the knowledge. All right, guys, we are ready when you are ready. Yeah.
Oh God, I don't even know what to do.
I am not good enough. I can't do it. All these are more are limitations that we have set for ourselves at one point in our lives. So imagine this, a world where the limitations we impose upon ourselves through words, thoughts, and beliefs are stripped away, where we live with freedom, authenticity, and inner peace. This is the world Miguel Ruiz invites us into, the Four Agreement. This book presents a powerful code of conduct that can transform our lives and relationships. You see, this is not the average self-help book. It's a timeless guide to personal freedom, urging us to challenge ourselves and transform our reality. And that is why it is the best book we have ever read. Prepare your mind for a transformative experience, proudly sponsored by Team Victor. Good day, everyone. I am Victor Ladipo. And with me here today are Chisomike Ajaku, Michael Afolabi. Sadly, Fentoluwa, who is the last member, will not be available this for nothing exams. Now, who is Miguel Ruiz? Miguel Ruiz is a Mexican author of talk tech, spiritual tech, and shaman. His work is best received because it focuses on ancient teachings as a means to achieve spiritual enlightenment. Now, for a quick summary, the Four Agreement is more than just a book. It is a roadmap to personal transformation. It offers four simple yet profound agreements that guide us towards true freedom and happiness. This book is particularly impactful for those seeking personal growth, anyone dealing with stress or conflict, or fans of self-help books. By adopting this agreement that has been highlighted between chapter 2 to chapter 5, which are being impeccable with your word, don't take anything personally, don't make assumptions, and always do your best. You can reshape your life, let go of old patterns, and embrace a fulfilling life. Without saying too much, we'll go in depth about what each of these agreements are about. Michael, Please tell us more about the first two agreement.
Thank you very much, Victor. Now, let's move on to the first agreement, which is the most important one. Be impeccable with your word. Impeccability means without sin. Now, what is word? It sounds very simple, right? Word is what comes to our mouth every blessed day, but it is very, very powerful. Now, the big question, why your word? The word is a force. It is the power you have to express and communicate, to think, and thereby to create events in your life. The word is so powerful that one word can change a life or destroy the lives of millions of people. Now, I'll give us an example. Let's take Dr. Yusuf for example. If Dr. Yusuf wants to comment after we are done with our presentation, what do you think he will use? Hand gestures? Of course not. He'll speak some words, whether to criticize or to compliment, which will go a long way in impacting us after our presentation. Let's take another example according to the page 34 of the text. Some years ago, one man in Germany, by the use of word, manipulated a whole country of the most intelligent people. He led them into a world war with just the power of his word. He convinced others to commit the most atrocious acts of violence. He activated people's fear with word. And like a big explosion, there was killing all over the world. All over the world, humans destroyed other humans because they were afraid of each other. Hitler's work based on fear-generated beliefs and agreements will be remembered for centuries. Now, Daytopians, let's think back together. How has your words and my words impacted others? Has it been a source of joy, strength, and encouragement to them, or otherwise? While thinking on that, let's move on to the second agreement. This agreement is born from the first agreement. You take things personally because you agree with whatever was said. As soon as you agree, the poison goes through you and you are trapped in the dream of hell. What causes you to be trapped is what we call personal importance. Personal importance or taking things personally is the maximum expression of selfishness because we make the assumption that everything is about me. Let me give you a relatable example about my first week on Daytopia. When it was my turn to talk, my village people showed up and my mic didn't work. It affected my team and the mentors had to comment on it. All that came to my head then was why does it have to be me? For the rest of the day, I was left in a hole of depression. Why? I took it personally. According to page 47 of the text, don't take anything personally because by taking things personally, you set yourself up to suffer for nothing. Humans are addicted to suffering at different levels and to different degrees, and we support each other in maintaining these addictions. Humans agree to help each other to suffer. If you have the need to be abused, trust me, you will find it easy to be very, very abused by others. Humans' emotions are inherently fickle. A person who is kind when happy may act harshly when sad. It is important to note such changes and act accordingly. Daytopians, I would love to I would love you to really put this next statement at the back of your mind. When we really see other people as they are, without taking it personally, you can never be hurt by what they say or do. Now, Victor will gladly continue the third agreement from here.
Thank you, Michael. The third agreement is don't make assumptions. We tend to make assumptions about everything and we believe they are the truth. We make assumptions about what others are doing or thinking. Then we take it personally and then blame them and create a whole big drama for nothing. We create emotional poison when we start gossiping about these assumptions. A perfect scenario was painted in page 52 of the book. You are walking the mall and you see a person you like. That person turns to you and smiles and then walks away. You can make a lot of assumptions just because of this one experience. With these assumptions, you can create a whole lot of fantasy. And you want to believe this fantasy is real. A whole dream can begin to form just from your assumptions. And you believe, oh, it seems this person really likes me. In your mind, a whole relationship begins from that. Maybe you even get married in this fantasy land of yours. But the fantasy is just in your mind, in your personal dream. Oftentimes, we make the assumption that our partners or our close friends should know what we think and that we don't have to say what we want. We assume they are going to do exactly what we want because they know us so well. And if they don't do what we assume they should do, we feel so hurt and then say, oh, Tokpa, you should have known. Oh, Gabriela, you should have known. Making assumptions in relationships leads to a lot of fight, a lot of difficulties with people we supposedly love. It is always better to ask questions than to make assumptions because assumptions set us up for suffering. Just imagine the day you stop making assumptions. Your way of communicating will change completely. and your relationships will no longer suffer from conflict created by mistaken assumptions. Make sure the communication is clear. If you don't understand, ask. Have the courage to ask questions until you are clear as you can be. And do not assume that you know all there is to know about a given situation. Once you have the answer, you will not have to make assumptions because you already know the truth. Here comes the fourth agreement. Always do your best. The fourth agreement is about putting the first three agreements into action. Under any circumstance, always do your best, no more and no less. But keep in mind that your best is never going to be the same from one moment to the next. When you wake up refreshed and energized in the morning, your best will be better than when you are tired at night. Your best will be different when you are healthy as opposed to when you are sick. If you try too hard to do more than your best, you most definitely spend more energy than is needed, and in the end, your best will not be enough. When you overdo, you just deplete your body and go against yourself, and this will take you longer to accomplish your goal. And also, if you do less than your best, you subject yourself to frustrations, self-judgment, and regret. If you always do your best, there's no way you can judge yourself. And if you don't judge yourself, there's no way you're going to suffer from blame or self-punishment. For example, we students can relate to this experience where we wish we could have done our best in our examinations and made an A, but we overlooked some things and probably made a 68 or a 69B. Then when the result comes out, we subject ourselves to self-blame or punishment, which we could have avoided by doing our best. Doing your best is taking the action because you love it, not because you are expecting the particular reward. Most people do exactly the opposite. We only take action when we expect a reward, and then we don't enjoy that action. And that is the reason why we don't do our best. When you do your best, you learn to accept yourself, and then you learn from your mistakes. Learning from your mistakes makes you practice, look at the results forthcoming, and then you keep practicing. And this increases your awareness. The first three agreements will only work if you do your best. Of course, don't expect that you always be able to be impeccable with your work, but you can always do your best. Don't expect that you never take anything personally, but you can just do your best. And don't expect that you never make another assumption, but certainly you can do your best. Because if you keep doing your best always over and over again, you become a master of transformation because practice makes the master. Next, Chisom will take us through the criticism of this book.
Thank you, Victor. I personally love this book, and that is why I recommend it. But it has some flaws. Firstly, one of the critical limitations of this book is that it lacks evidence. The focus of this book is solely spiritual, which cannot be measured. For those who have read this book, you will notice that it makes no reference to prior research, factual data, or empirical studies that could back against evidence. So, for me, I'm a bit skeptical about it. Also, it has the potential of being misinterpreted. The agreements in this book are broad and are prone to misinterpretation. When the author admonishes us not to take things personally, it gives room for emotional detachment and a nonchalant attitude towards correction. Quote the Bible in Galatians 2 verse 3 says, "Audience to bear each other's burdens." And lastly, it neglects systematic issues. The book focuses too much on individual change and neglects the fact that change occurs. Change cannot occur in poor settings. For example, Sunday, a young boy from Oshobu, who was born in an abusive home, leaves home and fends for himself by pickpocketing and stealing. One day, he is caught up and thrown into the prison to live as a convict. How do you expect such an individual who has not been shown any form of law function in the full agreement? So, to me, personal transformation is important, but the system in which we exist has to change for us to perform maximally. Now, to ensure that we've all been following, Victor will be conducting a quick quiz. Kindly note that there is prizes to be won at the end of this quiz. Over to you, Victor.
Just like Chisom said, we'll be starting a quiz now, and we'll look forward to your beautiful responses in the comment section. Now, the first question goes to us. What does it mean to be impeccable with your word? A. Avoid using your words to harm yourself and others. B. Don't talk at all. You can do it to drop your comments, your response in the comment section. Thank you. Now, the second question goes to us. The four agreement was written by who? A. Don Miguel, and B. Dr. Yuki. Oh, wow. Nice responses. And then the third question goes those. Making assumptions is an excellent way to get information. A, is this true? And B, is it false? All right, guys, we have now come to the end of this short quiz. Thanks for participating, and do well to click the link in the chat box to claim your prizes. In conclusion, remember, the four agreements are not just principles, they are a way of life. When you choose to live them, you watch the world transform in extraordinary ways. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I like free things. So you've sold me with that. I'm going to. I hope it's some dollars in there that I can claim inside my account balance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well done, well done, well done. Ah, God, well done to the entire team. And I like the fact that your presentation was quite relatable as well. I like that fact. So well done to the team. While I'm trying to. There's a comment I wanted to give, but I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to call on Mentor Lukman. Do you have any feedback for the team?
I don't have a specific feedback except the
Okay.
fact that they did a wonderful job overall, and I love the delivery and
Yeah.
also the structure of the presentation. Well done to the team.
Well done. Well done. Good job with the structure. I also like that as well. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any feedback for the team?
Thank you very much. Yeah. So first of all, I enjoyed the fact that it was relatable. My best part of the presentation was the criticism about the book. I love when people think deeply about a book that they've read. Okay, and I wasn't even expecting those criticisms, because that is like level 7, like a master's level.
Mm.
Those sort of criticism, like it lacks evidence, empirical evidence, and you also explained that you didn't really trust it because they were all about spirituality, but they didn't really talk about research that backs up what they are saying. So the criticism for this book was top notch, really good, very relatable. Is again, I had an issue with the slide. There was one slide that I didn't want you put pictures of. I know you put pictures of some women, ABC, but I didn't really understand. I was trying to see how that related to what you were saying, but I couldn't really follow it.
Yeah, the picture didn't relate, but I get what they were trying to say was that the fourth agreement had to do
Yeah.
with agreements, has to do with the compilation of agreements 1, 2, and 3. Am I right, Chisholm?
Chisholm wants to say something.
Yeah, it was basically like the action of the previous thing to always doing your best.
Mhm.
So say you're in the corporate world, make sure you do your best. You're at home, you're writing or you're
Okay,
reading.
so
Just
A
do your best.
A is for a lady in the corporate world. B is for
I put that because like taking care of yourself as a whole.
Mm.
You also
okay.
have to yourself to like be your best self. So that was what the B was.
Maybe you could have expatiated a little bit on it so the picture is clearer.
So just one of those things, but well done to the team. I really enjoyed this particular presentation. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. To be honest, like I said, for me, it was very relatable. I'll come back to what the problem I had with your presentation. For me, it was quite relatable in the sense that as you were talking, a lot of things flashed through my head as well, with me having to question maybe if I didn't do something or if there was something I did wrong. And I think we all do that. There's something called imposter syndrome where we all feel like maybe we are not the best. Maybe we don't deserve what we have done, or maybe we could have done better. So yes, it did spark a lot of things in my head. I feel like the only thing that I found, oh God, why do I keep forgetting? Right. What was that thing that I wanted to say? To be honest, I've forgotten.
if I remember, I would send it to your team leader when I remember what it was. But there was something that was an issue that I had with the team's presentation. I wanted to say, but yes, the slides could be better. Generally, you could have a much more better slide. And is it Bukumi? Bukumi, I'm sorry that you actually felt that way. And I do hope that you communicated with your team about how you felt, and they were able to help you. Like I said, my only problem I had was the team not jumping in straight to cover you up. It wasn't because of you or anything. But yeah, if you feel that way, you should talk to your team about it, or even if you want to chat with us or talk to us about how you feel. Yeah, we are always open to that. All right, thank you very much to all our mentors. Oh my goodness, you guys have been great. Like, you do not know the work that our mentors do behind the scene. If you see the time they spend just to type out feedbacks, that we then collate to send feedbacks. The only reason why I've not keep sending feedbacks to everybody is that I've decided that it's for the teams that ask for it, I would send it to them, because it takes a lot of work to write the feedbacks and then you guys are not using it. Yeah, and this is basic. I'm not saying you are not using it, but this is just also from a survey that I did from my own uni where I lecture, where students get feedbacks, especially students that have done really well. Once they check their scores and they see that they did really well, they don't take their time to read through the feedback. So I've just limited it to, because we spend a lot of time bringing all those feedbacks together. So I've limited it to people that really genuinely need it and they've asked for it. So those are the feedbacks that I do send out. But yes, so they do a lot. They do a lot, sitting through all the calls. Many of us only have our Saturdays off, and imagine you spending that time that you have off to come and sit down and give people feedback and listen to them talk. It's a lot of investment, and we do not take it for granted. We do really appreciate everyone and every mentor, investor on this platform. Now, I was going to talk about, so thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. I was going to talk about what is going to happen next week. So as we know, next week is the grand finale. In fact, it's the most interesting part of the whole Daytopia presentation. And this is where we have a lot of people coming in, investors also coming in to see if they are interested in your project. And sometimes they just come in and um, um, see how they can support you in your project, or how they can advise you to get it better and all that. So this is something that you want to put in a lot of effort into. It will benefit you as well. Even if you don't get any investment or anything, the fact that you have a running project and you've gotten feedback on it would help you to know some of the things that you can add to it or remove from it to push it better. Yeah. Again, I'm just going to quickly say this. So we would have the proper briefing. We're going to have the briefing on Monday. It's going to be Monday because I want you to have time to work on it. So you already have feedbacks by that Monday, so you have time to work on it. So we'll have the briefing on Monday. But if you have any questions about it, we are always free. You can always chat with us. You can chat with any mentor. If you have any mentor in mind in particular that you want to chat up with, you let us know and then we'll link you up with that mentor. Can I just say that everyone that presented here today did a fantastic job? I would say that there is no team that did not bring their A game today. And I'm so proud and so impressed at the level of growth that you guys have all had. I could see people literally that they've grown from the first day that they came here to speak. And I'm really, I'm so proud of you guys. Like I said, I can pay any one of you like to work for me if I have a job that you guys are interested in. And that's how good you guys have been. So there was no one today that did not do it for me. Everyone brought their A game. Everyone did it. Now, yes, some teams were just better off than others because they've put in work with their slides and put in work in their presentation as well. And that's just what slight differences you will see with regards to the marks that comes out. Now, whatever the mark is today, it's not, it doesn't mean that you guys should zoom out of the competition. It doesn't mean that, oh, because you are not going to, it doesn't seem like you're going to be winning, and I don't think I'm interested anymore. No, like I always say, this is the time where you have to push forward. Success is about finishing, not about winning. It's not about winning, it's about you finishing. So we're at the end of the whole thing. So I would like you guys to just keep pushing to the end. And who knows, there is also a category where your a mentor might like your business plan or business idea and give the team money. We've seen that last year where Mentor Ridwan gave a team money just for their ideas. They had a very bright idea. They didn't win, but they won funds outside from the presentation. So either ways, it's a win-win. You still want to bring your A game with the final stage, and who knows, you might be the one going away with that prize money for that final draw. So well done, guys. Thank you to everyone that has been here today. Thank you for listening to me whining all through your ears. Thank you very much. And I'm going to wish everyone a wonderful weekend. And to all the presenters, I will see you guys in the chat box and on Monday as well. Thank you very much. Yeah. Have a nice day or evening. Mojisola, well done. Thank you. I forgot. Dr. Yusuf, do you have anything to add? I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Thank
I'm
you.
so
No,
sorry about
nothing
that.
at all. Nothing. Thank you very much for today. Thank you for being a wonderful host. You've already thanked the mentors and the presenters, so there's nothing I have to say other than to compile the results and share it with you. But yeah, you said it already. Everyone brought their A game.
Yes.
So well done to everyone.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to some people in the. Oh, Prof, you wanted to say something?
Just to say thank you. And while listening to some of the presentation, there is this, I think it's You Are Who You Are or something like that. I want to go and look for that book and look at it online quickly to save what I found as a review of that book, describing the different people we have, to go and read again, so that I will know how to relate to people.
Yes,
So I've
definitely.
really benefited from this presentation.
Yes.
And I'm going to look at the books again and see which one I want to go and quickly look at to know how to behave in groups and how to treat my students, or how to teach them, how to encourage them to do things right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me in this meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. And yeah, that's true. The truth there is that all the presentations that we have had today have enlightened me, particularly in several ways, helped me to be more attentive to people, helped me to understand how to relate more. A lot of the presentations today had to do with had a lot to do with relating with other people, being a leader to other people, even being serving other people as well. So yes, it's been a roller coaster of knowledge, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to stop talking now and let you guys go. We would post the result very soon, so keep an eye on the result on the scoreboard. Yeah. Bye-bye.